3, and this is the general meeting, regular meeting for March of the Toronto District School Board. Could I ask everybody to rise if they are able for the land acknowledgement? I would like to acknowledge that we are situated upon traditional territories. We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississaugas, the Anishinaabe, and the Haudenosaunee Confederacy and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit peoples. In honor of Greek Heritage Month this evening, we have a special version of O Canada tonight, performed by 2 TDSB teachers, Mahalitsa Katsaliras from Spruce Court Public School and Stelios Hoyce from Gordon A. Brown Middle School. They will be performing O Canada in a traditional Greek song rhythm called Kalamatiano. And I believe we will see this on the screens. That was lovely. Thank you again to our TDSB teachers, Mihalitsa and Stelios. Now I will turn it over to trustees Earhart and Pei, who will further enlighten us on Greek Heritage Month at the TDSB.
Thank you very much. Oh, can everyone hear me? Thank you. Greek Heritage Month is recognized by the Toronto District School Board in the month of March. In acknowledgement of the diverse cultures represented within the TDSB and as an opportunity to learn more about students within our system, Greek Heritage Month is a time to celebrate the contributions of people of Greek descent to Canada and the world. The year's theme for Greek Heritage Month is Ευτυχία, Entharinsi, Enotita, joy, engagement, and belonging. And while doing research for this, I looked up Enotita and found it a fascinating word that's not just belonging, but unity, and what appears to me to be a very meaningful sense. And so I really reflected on that for tonight for all of our work, Enotita. So these concepts can be seen from the structures of ancient Greece to the schools, community centers, and cafes created by the Greek diaspora here in Toronto. Greek communities have a rich culture in creating spaces that evoke conversation, create community, and ultimately foster a sense of joy, engagement, and belonging. There is also a tradition of panegyria, festivals, that are so prominent even in the smallest of Greek villages to large city venues in Toronto as a way to engage communities in celebrating culture, foods, and traditions. And to this point, I am thrilled to share that Taste of the Danforth will be back this year for the first time since the pandemic. This is a beloved Toronto summer tradition in Greektown on the Danforth, the largest Greek neighborhood in North America, and a neighborhood I am very proud to represent. Greek Heritage Month Committee has created a calendar of events that focuses on this year's theme. Each day of the week features activities that our students and staff can engage in as they celebrate Greek Heritage Month. These include Musical Mondays, Traditional Tuesdays, Wonder Wednesdays, Thoughtful Thursdays, and Foodie Fridays. The Greek Heritage Month website also has daily announcements linked to the theme of the day. what my 7-year-old would call fun facts. For example, did you know that the Greek alphabet is over 2,500 years old? If you live with a 7-year-old, you might. There are 24 letters, 7 of which are vowels. The word alphabet comes from the first 2 letters, alpha and beta. Many English words come from Greek words, especially ones beginning with PH, such as photograph and philosophy. And I'll turn it over to Trustee Pei.
Thank you. Trustee Earnhardt. The Greek Heritage Month Committee held its multimedia contest open to all students and staff in the TDSB. Students were encouraged to incorporate this year's theme of joy, engagement, and belongings into the multimedia submission and how it relates to the Greek heritage. A heartfelt congratulations to the following poster contest winners: Helen Vasilopoulos, grade 2 from Terraville, Willowfield, PS. Georgia Pachelidis, grade 6 from Terraville, Winfield, PS. Zoe Calafatis, grade 10 from Erhag Secondary School. You will see the winning submission in the video montage that will be shown shortly. And congratulations to the following written submission winners: Sofia Maserunha, grade 6 from Vanderburg, PS. George Batakis, grade 7 from Queen Alexandra Middle School. Matteo Maserunha, grade 10 from Sir John A. MacDonald CI. Alisa Smiles, grade 10 from Sir John A. MacDonald CI. We were looking forward to honoring the winners along with enjoying traditional dancing and songs at the Greek Heritage Month opening event this past Saturday. Unfortunately, due to the severe weather on Friday, the Greek Heritage Month opening event had to be canceled. The committee will be meeting to consider a new date, so stay tuned. We are pleased to share that for the first time ever, the Toronto District School Board will be taking part in the annual Greek Community Independence Day Parade on Sunday, March 26, on the Danforth, beginning at 1:30 p.m. The Greek Heritage Month Committee would like to invite all trustees and all TDSB students and staff to participate in the parade. Looking forward to having you join us. In closing, we hope this year's theme can help us reflect on how we create spaces that welcome everyone and that create a sense of belonging and joy that are vital to the success and well-being of all our students in each and every school across the district. And now, we would like to present a video montage put together by the TDSB Creative Services to celebrate this year's theme, featuring several submissions from our TDSB student, OPA. Efha Risto. Thank you.
So before we continue with celebrating board activities, I just want to say that I was remiss in not approving the agenda before we got into those. I think I got so excited to hear about Greek Heritage Month, I got carried away. But before we even do that, I just want to ask, are there any trustees who have come into the meeting after we did roll call? So I see Trustee Patel is here, wonderful. Thank you for joining us. Trustee Hassan, Trustee Ghost have joined in the room, and online.
Sir Skandaraja.
Okay, welcome Trustee Skandaraja, so glad you're here. So next we're going to do approval of the agenda. If I could have a mover and a seconder for the agenda, please. Trustee Rajakulasingam, Vice Chair Shan. All in favor, we'll do this by show of hands or say aye. Any opposed? Okay, and that has carried. So to round out celebrations, I'd like to turn your attention to a video about mental health and well-being at the TDSB. This video highlights some of the resources and identity-affirming wellness activities available for students of all ages, from kindergarten to grade 12, including students with special education and complex needs. It also features wellness practices in a kindergarten classroom and secondary students who are part of the Students for Wellbeing initiative. At the TDSB, we integrate mental health and well-being in classrooms daily to create a climate of wellness, center positive and healthy relationships, and strengthen coping skills and self-esteem. So now we will watch another video.
At TDSB, we are passionate about integrating mental health and well-being into classrooms daily, which center positive and healthy relationships, strengthen coping skills, and self-esteem.
Mental health and well-being is foundational in our kindergarten programming. It's part of our daily practice, and Ms. Molt and I, from the very beginning of the year, we co-create with students positive affirmations. We have a set for the morning, and then the students co-created a set for the afternoon.
I am amazing. I am kind.
We believe that the affirmations impact the students in such a way that when they are with their peers, they are much more encouraging and patient with one another. Also, when they are having a challenging time on their own, they're able to use those positive affirmations to help them move forward. Deep breathing is another strategy that we utilize in our classroom. And it happens organically. So when we're having a time of overwhelm, we do deep breathing to calm our bodies and refocus our bodies so that we can move forward. And just ultimately, it's foundational for kindergarten learning.
These wellness activities are identity affirming and designed for students of all ages, from kindergarten to grade 12, including students with special education and complex needs. With our multidisciplinary mental health and well-being committee, we have also created virtual wellness lounges with resources, games, activities, and videos for all elementary and secondary students, parents, guardians, caregivers, and staff. Our culturally responsive well-being resources are curated to allow easy access to identity-affirming mental health and well-being resources throughout Toronto. TDSB's Mental Health and Wellbeing website has many additional wellness initiatives. The mental health leads, Amani Henny and Annette Grossi, capture the voice of parents, guardians, and secondary students by co-leading monthly mental health and well-being, parent partnership, and the Students for Wellbeing committees.
I am a student leader of S4W, and I've been a part of this committee for around 3 years. This has been an incredible experience, both with my peers from this committee as well as from students among other schools. Within this committee, we have done interactive presentations and important discussions on mental health and well-being as well as social issues and stigma.
Being a part of Students for Wellness has equipped me with the tools to help promote ending the stigma surrounding mental health and learning to recognize when we need to reach out for help. I've learned about the impact of things like intersectionality and what that means for me in terms of my identity, and I've been given these words to help label my experiences. We strive to provide these tools for all youth so that we can continue to strengthen the talks around mental health and well-being.
My experience with S4W started last May when I was invited to be a part of the Focus on Youth Student Mental Health Leadership Program. In those workshops, it helped me gain the ability to see mental health and well-being in a new light. I got to create my own art piece, which I started off really pessimistic, but then after reflecting on what I've learned on those workshops, I realized a new perspective on mental health and well-being. This is what I wrote in my art piece titled, Old Wives' Tale of an Odd Child. A page in a chapter filled with wonder. What is it about the small capture of life that is particularly hard? Is it for me to figure out how to swim while I have drowned? If every day is tainted by the water droplets I leave behind from the sinkage in my own despair, I didn't get to where I was by myself, so why is it my duty to swim upshore? This year, I started as a student for mental health and well-being. This experience has allowed me to talk to many different people across the TSB and widen my perspective around mental health.
And we will now take a moment for memorials, please. And please stand. What did I miss? You may be seated. I will stand. Okay. So tonight I would like to focus my remarks largely around achievement, student achievement, and school safety. As trustees, we play a critical role in ensuring safety and supporting student success and achievement. By developing policies. Oh, I didn't know that. I'm so sorry. I was not aware. I will hold my remarks. Please go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
I had requested to do a memorial. Eden DeFreitas joined the Deer Park family in grade 4, where he became a valued and cherished part of the intensive support program class, the ISP class. He remained at the school for almost 5 years until his recent and sudden unexpected passing. Caring and kind, Eden enjoyed spending time with his teachers, education assistants, and classmates in the ISP and mainstream classroom settings. His infectious laugh and wonderful sense of humor always brought joy to those around him. Eden was absolutely adored by everyone in the Deer Park community, and he will be missed immensely by those who had the pleasure of knowing him and being part of his life. On behalf of the board, I'd like to extend deepest sympathies to Eden's family and all those who knew him, and may his memory be a blessing. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. So as I mentioned, tonight I would like to focus my remarks largely around student achievement and school safety. As trustees, we play a critical role in ensuring student safety and supporting student success and achievement. By developing policies, allocating resources, and monitoring academic progress, we can help create a safe and secure learning environment that supports the success of all students, both inside and outside the classroom. I believe it is vital to center our work as trustees of Canada's largest school board on student achievement. We know that academic achievement is a key factor in determining success in later life, and we want to make sure that our students have every opportunity to succeed, particularly following the pandemic. Over the last few weeks, I have had a number of meetings that I would like to report on. I am pleased to have met with the chair of EQAO, Dr. Cameron Montgomery, 2 weeks ago. I learned about EQAO's modernization plans and provided feedback on the presentation. Dr. Montgomery informed me that EQAO is happy to present at trustee ward forums or to PIAC, and I encourage you to take advantage of this offer to keep your communities informed on the modernization plans at the EQAO. Approximately 2 weeks ago, I had a positive introductory call with Deputy Mayor Jennifer McKelvey. We had the opportunity to discuss the importance of collaboration between the Toronto District School Board, SafeTO, and Toronto Police Services regarding school safety, this work that began back in November. The Deputy Mayor assured me that she was committed to continuing this work in order to achieve our mutual goal of safe, secure, and inclusive schools and communities across Toronto. So to this end, I am happy to let you know that we have a follow-up meeting for tomorrow, March 9th, where the Director and I will meet with the Mayor, SafeTO, and TPS to continue our work together. Prioritizing student achievement and school safety require a collective effort and a commitment to continuous improvement. As trustees, we must be willing to listen, to learn, and adapt in ways to ensure that every student receives the best possible education. And in order to achieve our goals, we must work collaboratively with teachers, parents, and our stakeholders to create a conducive learning environment that fosters academic excellence, critical thinking, creativity, and innovation. And last but not least, I am happy to acknowledge that today, March 8th, is International Women's Day, a day that celebrates the social, economic, cultural, and political achievements of women around the world. As a school board, we play a vital role in promoting gender equity by ensuring our policies, programs, and practices are gender inclusive and that they create an empowering, safe, and supportive environment for all of our students and staff. The TDSB's commitment to equity, inclusion, and anti-oppression means providing instruction that reflects the voices, identities, abilities, lived experiences, and expertise of our students. One of the important decisions we recently made was to change the application to our centralized student interest programs, in particular setting aside 50% of our spots in STEM programs to female students, as they have traditionally been underrepresented in these programs. For the first time in our board's history, almost all of our STEM programs are equally gender balanced. Only 2 are not, and those 2 are not full. This commitment by our board is profoundly important to me, as I grew up at a time in this city and in the Toronto Board of Education when girls were not encouraged to pursue careers in math and sciences in the way they are today in the TDSB. So much has changed and is changing, and yet so much more needs to change to get to a place where women are truly treated as equals, not just in this city, but all over the world. When I look around this boardroom, I am humbled and inspired to work with so many strong, intelligent, and passionate women who are daughters, mothers, aunties, sisters, and grandmothers. Yes, I'm looking at you, Trustees Laskin and Wong. And who are also incredible leaders, mentors, and supporters to me and to so many more women in this boardroom and beyond. And perhaps most importantly, to those inside the classrooms of our buildings. So happy International Women's Day, and we will now move on with this evening's agenda. Next up, we have reports from trustees appointed to external organizations and student trustees. I don't believe we have any external organization reports, do we? No, so we will move on to the student trustees.
Check. Okay. Thank you through you, Madam Chair. And on to our report. As you had mentioned, happy International Women's Day and also a happy Greek Heritage Month. And on to our report in the news. During the month of February, Indigenous Student Trustee Shafkat was featured in several articles, news stations and radio shows. He spoke about the recent decision of the board to make NBE 3 the compulsory grade 11 English credit in all TDSB secondary schools and why he advocated for this change. He's been mentioned in Toronto Life, School Magazine, Breakfast Television, and Toronto Star, among other news outlets.
Thank you. Next on our report this evening, if you think back to February 1st and our student trustee report for February, we introduced or announced that the grade 9-10 retreat for the Student Senate was coming back for the first time since the pandemic. Unfortunately, due to scheduling conflicts, the 9-10 retreat has been rescheduled for April 28th to 30th. Once again, we'll be welcoming grade 9 and 10 students from across the district to go up to Monocliff's Outdoor Education Center to engage in various types of learning and leadership opportunities.
Next, we have Student Senate and Student Trustees elections. Student Senate and Student Trustee elections are underway. Hundreds of students have applied for the Student Senate and Student Trustee positions. Information on when election videos will go live on the TDSB website and on social media.
Next on our student trustee report, I am excited to announce officially the opening of the Indigenous Student Trustee applications. We have made a formal process for the role of the Indigenous Student Trustee, and on March 6th of this year, a system message went out to all principal and vice principals, secondary principals and vice principals, asking that they speak with Indigenous students in their schools who are interested in applying for the role. If a student is interested in applying for the role, they are encouraged to speak with their school's principal or vice principal for more information. Additional updates are forthcoming as this is an ongoing process, and we look forward to introducing the new Indigenous Student Trustee in June.
Next up, we have student safety. So the student trustees will be meeting with students to discuss student safety during March break. This is a follow-up meeting to how recent changes in their school have impacted their well-being and what other changes are needed to support their school community. We'll be giving another update once the meeting is conducted.
Next on our report is the student trustees had the pleasure of attending Osta ACO's Board Council Conference in Ottawa from February 16th to 19th. It was a great opportunity to reconnect with student trustees from across the province, share our perspective on issues that students face, hear from keynote speakers, and meet with our respective board councils and working groups to discuss our initiatives for this year.
Student trustee handbook. The student trustees are excited, emphasis on excited, to share that we have begun drafting a first ever student trustee handbook for the TDSB. This handbook will include information for incoming student trustees and ensure a smoother transition into the role. We look forward to sharing a final copy in June.
Before we continue, I just want to say how excited I am for this handbook. I know starting as a student trustee in grade 10, I was scared. And so this will really help students in the future. Next on our report is the student trustees have recently joined the steering committee for the multi-year strategic plan renewal. We look forward to providing critical feedback on the multi-year strategic plan and discussing how to better serve students in the TDSB.
Indigenous Student Trustee Shafkat met with administrators in Learning Networks 9 and 10 to discuss the importance of Indigenous education, how to better support Indigenous students, and a shared guiding formula on ensuring Indigenous student success. Oh. Sorry, I just missed the second part. Indigenous Student Shafkat also had the opportunity to join UIEC with learning coaches from across the board to facilitate discussions with students about what needs to change within education to support success and well-being.
Next is the student trustees have recently also joined the Directors Advisory Panel on Safety and Well-being. We look forward to engaging in important discussions around safety and well-being within our schools and how best to serve students.
HIP Youth to Youth Conference. Indigenous Student Trustee Shafkat has been invited to attend a national conference in Manitoba on peace building environmental sustainability and human rights. He will be representing Toronto while at the conference and looks forward to engaging in important discussions. I'm very jealous that he's visiting Manitoba. I've never been.
It's cold, so don't worry. Finally, on our student trustee report for this evening, I recently attended the Ontario Public School Boards Association's Indigenous Trustees Council meeting. During the meeting, the council discussed secondary Indigenous language curricula and post-pandemic planning for First Nations schools. I had the opportunity to provide key insights about the Indigenous student experience and shared the letter of advocacy that the TDSB sent to the Minister of Education about Indigenous language curriculum in November, I believe it was. That concludes our student trustee report for this month. Madam Chair, we are happy to take any questions trustees may have.
It's a long one.
So I'm not seeing any trustees with questions at this point, but thank you for that report, and we look forward to hearing all about Manitoba when you get back. So moving on, I would just like to remind trustees that there are some updated pieces in your blue folders to take a peek at. So make sure you look at that when you have a chance, if you haven't already done so. Next up, we have the Director's Leadership Report. So Director Russell Rollins, you have the floor.
Good evening, and thank you very much through you, Chair. Good evening, staff, students, community members, and trustees. Tonight, my leadership report will cover 3 areas: International Women's Day here at the TDSB, the Envision Conference, and our ongoing work in early literacy. Happy International Women's Day. As director, on this day, every year, I think about the education of the girls within our system. And today I had the pleasure to start off the day with 40 amazing girls from across 4 schools: North Albion CI, R.H. King Academy, D.A. Morrison, and our host school, Willowdale Middle School. I have to tell you, it was one of the best days that I've started this year with both staff and students. Today, girls from these schools met with Tanika McLeod, leader and entrepreneur in sustainable online learning tools and generative AI space. These young women had an opportunity to hear from Tanika's entrepreneurship, her education, the risks she's taking, and how she and those others in her company are building AI tools that are changing learning. This young person is in her 20s and was an amazing model for the young people in the room. They were able to talk about ChatGPT, which kind of scared me as director, that they were all very familiar with it, but also excited because this is the world that they will live in. In addition, and I'm sure it was a distant second, but a highlight for us as well, Superintendents Marwa Hamid and Jennifer Chan and I were able to engage in an open dialogue about leadership and the importance of education in pursuing our dreams. We heard directly from students about what was affirming and heard their aspirations for the future. I have to tell you, they are thoughtful, intelligent, and brave. In fact, the t-shirt that I'm wearing was designed by a grade 8 student at Nelson Mandela named Pravina Santhumil Salvam. And this t-shirt says, "Sheroes, friends, mothers, daughters, visionaries, queens, and leaders. Focus on empowerment, strength, and equity." I am so excited to hear from our young people, but I also took a look at our achievement. The vast majority of TDSB students that identify as girls are achieving at high levels in many academic areas of their schooling. Girls are moving on to post-secondary education with almost the same level of achievement as they had at their elementary school graduation. In elementary schools in 2021, 2022, 90% of girls are achieving B- or above. And I know my mother might be listening, and yes, we can do better than B-, Mom. I know that. You taught me that. So we're not satisfied with that. Girls are also achieving, actually 80% of girls from the lowest estimated family income areas are also achieving B- and above in grade 6 on the provincial assessment. When looking at self-identified race and achievement for TDSB elementary school girls that have been historically marginalized, these numbers are equally as impressive. Nearly 85% of Black, Latina, Latinx, and Middle Eastern girls are achieving at B- or above in the provincial assessments in grade 6. 90% of girls graduated high school in 5 years or less in 2021-2022. And in the spring of 2021, 76% of girls confirmed a post-secondary education placement in college or university, and we should also look at apprenticeship because that is also an area that we want our graduates to go into. But we are still considering ways to ensure that female identifying students explore STEM, both within our schools and at a post-secondary level. We have incredible more work to do in this area because the girls told us that sometimes when they sign up for computer science, there are only 2 of them in the course. And then sadly, they are counseled out of the course because there are only 2 of them. So I think there's still some areas we can do to create really welcoming spaces for girls in our STEM or STEAM programs. But on February 23rd, we held the launch of TDSB Your Voice is Power at the Amazon Canada office. TDSB students worked with a global charity called Taking It Global and partnered with students in grades 5 to 12 and teachers to develop their coding skills and create original songs using loops and beats, I hope you know what that is, with Indigenous artists. Students were honing their essential skills while also learning about truth and reconciliation. We know we have more work to do in supporting the achievement of all of our students, including our girls, but today is also a day to celebrate our successes and our collective progress in the education of female identifying students. A week ago, in the spirit of creating more inclusive and welcoming school communities, we held the Envision Conference, and I want to recognize the organizers and attendees of the Envision Conference. Although it's an annual gathering of 2S LGBTQIAP+ students and allies, it takes tremendous effort and engagement with our students to create safe and open conversations that help our students to find belonging, not only at the conference, but to talk about ways in which to combat the discrimination that they may face in schools and communities, specifically with regards to homophobia or transphobia. So thank you to the staff and to the students who hosted another amazing conference. And finally, I'd like to highlight some of our work in early literacy across the board. In the fall of this year, the Early Years Department, in partnership with our speech and language and French teams, facilitated a 2-part professional learning session focused on supporting the implementation of the ministry's guide to effective reading in the early years. Approximately 500 teachers attended the in-person session, while another 250 completed the virtual webinar that is on the Early Years website. And proudly so, nearly 500 designated early childhood educators also engaged in this professional learning last month. So every time we think about early literacy development, I want you to remember that 1,000 staff members in the TDSB, 1,000 staff members this fall completed this professional learning. In order to support even further learning, the Early Years Department and I'm incredibly proud of them, has created a companion guide entitled Instructional Strategies to Support Teaching and Learning in Reading. This document is not only aligned with the ministry document, but it is aligned with the practices outlined in the Right to Read Inquiry Report. This guide also provides lesson plans and examples of how evidence-based foundational reading skills can be explicitly and systematically taught by using culturally responsive and relevant text that affirm our students' identities and engage them in meaningful literacy learning. In fact, our staff had begun to predict how well students will do from month to month, and as we look at the data, we can see that with intentional, focused instruction, many students are outperforming our predictions for them. So effective literacy teaching does lead to more confident, joyful, engaged students in literacy. I want to thank the early literacy intervention team. These are staff who not only capture the documentation of students' learning in early reading, but they also name the specific parts of reading instruction that build students' skills. The reading intervention teacher works with a student to build their literacy skills using a number of strategies such as vocabulary building and decodable text. In one situation, a student has moved from pre-reading, not being able to read very much at all in October, to a DRA level 10 in January. That's tremendous progress, and we know if we can accelerate students' learning in early literacy, it provides a foundation for them as they move through the later grades. So I want to say thank you to all the kindergarten to grade 2 educators who have really embraced the learning opportunities offered by their colleagues across the system and have shown their commitment to keep building such fundamental skills through creative, engaging, and meaningful instruction. And before I conclude my leadership report this evening, as my niece reminded me, we are 2 sleeps away from March break. And so I want to, for all of our staff and students who will have some time off, I want to thank them for their amazing efforts and wish them a wonderful break. This concludes my leadership report for this evening.
Director Russell Rollins, are there any questions from trustees? Okay, you've left everybody speechless. That's great. So moving on, do we have any declarations of possible conflict of interest this evening? Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I rise tonight to say I have a possible conflict of interest in an item on the agenda, the FBEC school-based staffing, Part A, elementary teachers, as my daughter is a member of EPFO. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Laskin. And I'm not seeing any others, so we will move on to item number 14, which is confirmation of minutes of meetings held on, no? Sorry, I'm clearly having trouble with my numbers today. Matters to be decided without discussion. I'm so used to seeing everything on the screen up there, but I can't actually read that. So I need to go with what's in front of me. Okay, so we have everything on consent agenda except for items 16.14, 16.16, 16.26, 16.27, 16.42, and 16.61. Okay, so can I have a mover and a seconder for the consent agenda, please? And I would just add that we do have to do item number 15 is not on consent agenda, and the special meeting from 16.3, the Finance, Budget, and Enrollment Committee special meeting from March 6th, also not on consent agenda. So everything else except for those are on consent agenda. So I would like a mover and a seconder, please. Trustee Gose and Trustee Williams, please. And we will open the vote in eScribe, please. And if you are not using eScribe, if you could just let us know how you vote. Trustee Pay, how do you vote? Hastings? Trustee Hastings? In favor. And that has carried 21-0. So now we will do confirmation of minutes of meetings held on, oh, what am I doing wrong? Okay, I'm going to 15.1. This is the Equity Policy Community Advisory Committee trustee membership. We do have a vacancy on this committee. So if there is a trustee who is particularly interested on sitting on this committee, that is an option. And we have heard that Trustee Hastings is interested. So if we would have someone interested in nominating him. Okay. I Trustee Shan and Trustee Pay. Unless you're putting your hand up, Trustee Pay. To move Trustee Hastings to nominate. Okay. Trustee Hastings, are you willing to sit on this committee? I believe that is a yes. I will take it as a yes. So if we could, are we doing this on eScribe? No. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, you have a new job. Welcome to the Equity Policy Community Advisory Committee. Thank you for taking that on. So moving on to item number 16.1.4. This is PR 718, Delegation Procedure, Revised Procedure. The revisions are in your blue folder, trustees. And will there be someone from staff speaking to this?
Through the chair, based on the discussion at the Governance and Policy Committee on February 8th, we made revisions to the delegations procedure. Those changes are in your blue folder. I will just give you a second to look at the blue folder. And I will. Basically, we've tailored the definition of accommodation in section 3. We've added clarity around the CAC's use of the delegations procedure. There will be a notification of the extension of the deadline to submit delegations when reports are posted late. There's information on translation assistance and clarity on when written submissions will be shared with the committee. We have a black-lined version available if trustees need further information.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. So I'm just looking at the procedure 6, item 6.5, the board's community advisory committees will refer its recommendations as a meeting agenda item to the relevant standing committee through agenda clearing. So I just wanted to make note of multiple discussions that came up with me as a former community advisory co-chair, as well as the current trustee co-chair of ICCAC. I understand that there have been allusions toward the fact that trustees are to lend the voice of their committee to our meetings in the absence of committee members being able to delegate because they cannot delegate unless they have a recommendation. However, I am not able to speak in such an informed way as some of our committee members can, including our chair. So our ICCHC chair made an amazing delegation. He submitted us with charts and graphs and things that helped our understanding of an issue. And so I think that we cannot discount that kind of information brought to us, and we should not be limiting our CACs to recommendations. It takes half a meeting to make a recommendation, to form and collaborate on a recommendation. The meaningful discussion that takes place and the professionals sitting on the committee in those fields' ability to delegate to us is so crucial to our understanding of matters before us. And so with the fact that CACs are only allowed to make a delegation as if they have a recommendation, and that members of CACs are, including the co-chairs, are not able to delegate on behalf of their committee on matters, then in the absence of the revised CAC delegation procedure, I will not be in support of passing this today. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Pei?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really recommend all the board members consider in-person delegation starting in our next round of a committee meeting. Because I think at the board, we are possibly trustees. We're supposed to be transparent and accountable to the public. So without the public in the presence, without hear their voice concern in person, I think it's kind of deprive their right to show their public concerns. Thank you, trustees.
Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, in response to Trustee Pei's advocacy, I too would love in-person delegations if there was a commitment of all committee members to be there in person. But I've been at too many committee meetings where there have been the chair of the committee and maybe one or two other trustees. It makes no sense to me to hear delegations in person until all trustees attend in person. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
At board, you're only allowed to speak once, Trustee Pei, on an item. Okay, Trustee Patel?
Clarification, is this just for the committee meetings or the regular regular board meeting?
So we only have delegations at committee meetings. We don't have them at board.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions. Are there questions online? No, okay. So at this point, can I have a mover and a seconder for the delegation for this item? Trustee Arts and Trustee Williams, and this is item number 16.1.4. The vote, so we have a mover and a seconder. If we could open the vote on eScribe, please. Okay. All those in favor, eScribe is a little glitchy tonight. So all those in favor, please. If you guys could put your hands up high so we can count who's in favor of the delegation procedure. Any opposed? Keep your hands up if you're opposed, just so we can record it. And then can I ask trustees who are online, how do you vote?
Nunziata in favor.
Chair, I voted on eScribe already.
Has voted on eScribe. Has it been recorded? How did you vote, Trustee Hastings? Against? Okay, the thumbs down. Trustee King? Sorry, we're having trouble remembering now. You're for? Okay, thank you. Who's against? He was in favor. I don't know. Trustee Pay, how did you vote? We're in the middle of a vote.
Okay. Now
Sorry.
in fa-
Thank you. All right.
I move motion as a business arising.
Okay, what is your motion, Trustee Pay?
I want to move a motion to allow in-person delegation to the committee meeting for PPC and GPC only. Thank you.
Is this a procedure? Well, we have said they're not allowed this. So at the moment, there has been a decision to keep delegations virtual for the rest of the year. So is your motion to, can you be specific?
Yes, I do understand the concern from a
No,
trust-
just your motion first. Just
Yeah,
what is the
okay.
motion?
I think is first of all, for PPC meeting, most trustee do come this meeting. Also, I would encourage most trustee to come to the meeting, especially PPC or board meetings in person. So we can have in-person communication. I think that's very important for us to make the right decision. Also, I think it's important for, especially like a committee, like a governance policy committee. I think it's important for all the committee members to be present, to communicate it in the way we can make the right decision. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have wording for the, so we need wording and then we need a seconder for this motion. Sure.
Thank you very much. So my understanding is the delegate can, in our new procedure that we've just passed, 6.1 says they can, 6.2 says they can address a committee in person through electronic or written. So it's already in the procedure. My understanding is there was an operational decision, not a board decision, to not allow in person at the moment until a majority of trustees are comfortable to come back in person and we restart the process of security within the boardroom. So my understanding is it was an operational decision, just like procedures are, that it was stopped for a while because it's already in the procedure. So if I could get clarification on that, I would appreciate it.
Can we get clarification from staff on that?
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, yes, that was the decision that was made. In light of the fact that trustees have the option to attend meetings online, it was felt that there could be potentially 2 or 3 people in a room for a meeting and many delegates, and that was undermining the intent of having delegates present in person. And this issue would be addressed at the end of this particular year and reassessed for the upcoming year through discussions with trustees.
Okay, so in light of those comments that this is operational, it will be addressed at the end of the year. And I think seeing as this is an operational decision, the trustee I would encourage trustees to discuss this amongst themselves and to discuss with staff how we might wish to proceed and could possibly change this operational decision as it goes forward. What's your point of order, Trustee Lee?
Madam Chair, I believe the board has the ability to challenge and or to direct staff in operational matters if it is voted upon. So I believe the trustee representing Willow Delhair has made a business arising and a motion. So am I incorrect to assume that this is a matter that can be discussed as long as another trustee second the motion?
I'm going to call a recess. Thank you. We're going to move into private?
Based on
Do I need a vote to go into private?
No, so you are closing the meeting based on section 207 of the Ed Act. That's all you have to say. You're closing the meeting based on section 207 A of the Ed Act. That's all you're saying.
Section 207A.
Yeah, you're closing the meeting. And ask members to
But I have. We're ready? Are we ready? Okay, so we are back. Do I need? Okay, we are back in session, everybody. So as the chair, I'm ruling this out of order as operational. It also has budget implications, I would also point out. So. Okay, so moving on to item number, no. Trustee Pay, I just want to reiterate, because I know you were talking, I understand you were talking. I have ruled your motion out of order as operational. It also has budget implications, so it would be considered without providing a source of funding that would also be operational, but or it would also be an issue.
Madam Chair, point of order. I need clarification on this. We just voted on a governance operational procedure, which is also operational. So we as a board, and I'm not commenting on the merits of Trustee Pay's motion. I'm not. In fact, I have my opinion on it that I'll share if it ever gets to the table through voting. But the board has the ability to direct staff to execute operational matters. I don't think a motion that addresses an operational matter is out of order. If it's out of order because of budget implications, then that's fine. But I think we need to hear that. But I worry about, the precedents that we set.
For debate, is it? Yeah, I should just reiterate that point of clarification is not up for debate. But I would also point out to you, Trustee, that the procedure that was before us as item number 16.1.4, procedures don't normally come to us unless they are governance procedures. So that one, even though it is operational, came to us because it was a governance procedure. Trustee?
I'm calling a point of order, Madam Chair.
Are you challenging the ruling?
I'm calling a point of order on us saying that the board does not have the ability to address operational matters and move motions against it. I like clarification from staff on that. Maybe I'm wrong, but I like to know which part of our bylaws or the Education Act says that. Thank you.
He wants to know why we can't go part of the Education Act. We're just looking it up. Thank you. I miss Trixie Doyle, just saying.
Madam Chair, I just want to provide context. I think within a meeting, the previous board, the previous one of the previous directors actually had a specific meeting with trustees. I believe you're in that meeting as well, Madam Chair, that made it very clear that the board had the ability to direct operational matters to staff if it is voted upon and passed. So I'm taking this from that context.
Associate Director Pond, please.
Through the chair, maybe I can be of assistance, and maybe our future lawyer, Isaiah Shafkat, can also assist as well. So the Education Act does require that the board entrust the day-to-day operations to the staff. And that is the provision that says if it's an operational issue, that is a staff member matter to be dealt with. So I would be happy to hear from you where in the Education Act it does say that board members can direct staff on operational issues, because I'm not aware of a provision on that. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, Executive Officer, where it says Associate Director Pong, apologize for getting your title wrong. I believe you're in that particular meeting as well, when it was Director Malloy and another expert that he called in, who's standing in front of a room, that said, if the board makes a motion and the motion passes, that motion can be passed against operational matters. Once again, I'm not talking about what Trustee Pay is moving. Specifically, I'm talking about the procedure and the process and the understanding that the
Trustee
board cannot
Pay,
direct.
so I'm so sorry, Trustee Lee.
Yeah.
I think There's two questions. Are you challenging the chair? Because I have ruled it out of order on two, I did say two grounds. One was that it was operational, because
Right.
that is my understanding. I don't actually recall I'm not disputing that this happened with Director Malloy. I just don't have that kind of memory that is in my brain. But I also ruled it out of order because we don't have a financial, we have nowhere to pay from this from. So I would just point that out as well. But if you are challenging the chair, I would just ask that you state that and we can then proceed.
I'm not challenging the chair on the second part about the financial impact. I am challenging the chair on you ruling the first part out of order, saying that it is operational. Thank you. I challenge, yes.
Over to you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We go straight to vote on the
Recorded vote, Mr. Chair.
recorded vote on challenging the chair. So is it going through e-scribe or are we going to have one by one?
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
So we're clear. The chair ruled on two grounds. We're to assume we're voting on her total ruling.
Yeah. The chair ruled the motion out of order. If you feel that ruling that motion out of order is wrong, then you would say you would vote against upholding the chair. If you agree with the chair's decision, you would vote yes to upholding the chair. So I'm going to I'm going to ask the motion to be those who uphold the chair.
No, who support the ruling of the chair.
Yeah, uphold the decision by the chair would be voting yes, and those who do not agree with the decision of the chair and think that the motion should be in order, you would be voting no. Is that clear? Those in favor of upholding the ruling of the chair, please stand. So I'm chairing now, sorry. We can include the student trustees in the recorded vote, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just clarifying.
Yeah.
She shouldn't, does she get to vote? You get to vote?
To vote.
I don't know, I wouldn't think so, but
What?
I wouldn't think so, but,
She says I would.
oh, okay.
I trust.
Yeah.
Those online who are supporting the ruling.
Those online who are supporting the ruling of the chair, please indicate in the chat. Trustee Wang, Trustee Sri Skandaraja, Trustee Nanziara. Ruling of the chair is upheld and sustained.
Okay, we will be moving on. Item number 16.1.6. This is the motion on caste oppression. Can I have a mover? It's already on the floor. I don't need a mover. Thank you very much. Trustee Rajakulam, were you putting your name on the list? Was that hand, are you putting your name on the list? Can I ask for? It's already on the floor. So are there any speakers to this list? Absolutely, of course. So Trustee Rajakulam.
Thank you. Through the chair. First, I'd have to ask staff to please move our amended motion to the floor. First off, I'd like to wish.
Do I get a second? Okay. Sri Skandaraja is the seconder, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
First off, I'd like to wish a happy International Women's Day to our colleagues in the room and watching online, and to members of the public in person and watching online. I'd like to express my solidarity first off to Indigenous women who continue to be on the front lines fighting oppression on their land, and to the many victims of the many murdered and missing Indigenous women. I'd like to also acknowledge my solidarity to Black feminists like Angela Davis and Maya Angelou, who have taught me important lessons on the intersection of gender and race. I also would like to express how proud I am to follow the line of Tamil women that I come from that have continued to resist genocide, and the many mothers in my homeland that continue to protest and demand justice for accountability for the Tamil genocide and the whereabouts of many loved ones that are still missing. Today, what a coincidence that we would be speaking on International Women's Day about caste oppression. And I'd like to also recognize the many victims worldwide that have been impacted by gender-based violence and caste-based violence. Today, we are seeking approval of our motion. And I'm honored as a caste oppressed trustee to move this historic motion, including this amendment. We are asking that this motion be raised to the province, to the Ontario Human Rights Commission. Originally, when we started this work 1 year ago, we heard from TDSB families and we heard their testimonials about their real lived experience. However, in the past 2 weeks, we have had an outpour of community voice, of Dalit voice, of caste oppressed voice, of allies that have come forward and showed their support for this work. And this includes academics, folks from the labor movement, artists, and teachers. And in 2 weeks, we have heard from 100 organizations that have brought from labor unions and social justice advocacy groups, and 200 faculty groups, faculty members. And I think this highlights that this is a much larger issue than education in Toronto. We are seeking this partnership with the Ontario Human Rights Commission because this shows that this oppression impacts communities across Ontario. Dalit rights are human rights. Caste oppressed rights are human rights. And we have heard of numerous and grave cases of caste inequity across the province. And we hope that with this partnership with the Ontario Human Rights Commission, we can provide the protection to continue protection to Dalit voices and caste oppressed voices that continue to come forward. Oppression enables other systems of oppression. A Dalit woman came forward to me a week ago and asked, what does it take for my voice and my lived experience to be honored? Are we expecting an attack? Are we expecting an accident? Are we expecting someone to be dead in order for us to hear their voices loud and clear? I'd like to reflect that anti-Black racism and the severity of it has long existed, but it took us the murder of George Floyd to understand how urgent this matter is. I'd also like to remember that when it comes to caste oppression, there are many characteristics that perpetuate anti-Blackness. And I would like to reiterate this the third time in this boardroom. When we look at South Asian communities, many come from communities that are rich and dark melanated skin tones. But because of colonization, lighter skin tones were introduced. And one impact of this is that there was this perception that the lighter you are, the more caste privilege you are, the more lighter your skin would be. And the more darker you are, the less caste privilege, the more caste oppressed you would be. I am an example that this is not the case, but that has not prevented that lighter skin tones are more appealing in these communities. That has led to further anti-Blackness and again, anti-Black racism. That's a perpetuated impact of this. I would also like to acknowledge that alongside Dalit voices, Adivasi voices are also discriminated against. Adivasis are Indigenous communities in those homelands. So how can we expect when Adivasis are discriminated against that relationship when it comes to this land and our solidarity with Indigenous communities won't be impacted? Today, Chair, I'm asking for a recorded vote. I am asking that that those that oppress this motion, you are silencing the brave voices that have come forward. If you are opposing this vote, you are ignoring the real lived experiences that we have heard loud and clear these past 2 weeks. Many times in this boardroom in the past 5 years, when it comes to parent engagement, we were just talking about this, we miss out from a key demographic. And the past 3 weeks, I think we can all agree that our inboxes are flooded, which shows how important and how urgent this work is. This motion is not about division. It's about creating healing and empowering communities and providing them the safer schools that our students deserve. And I want to thank colleagues that have come forward and expressed their solidarity. It's been a lot of learning these past 3 weeks, and I'm quite frankly, I'm so impressed about the level of care you've given. And this is why the TDSB is a leader in anti-racist and anti-oppressive work. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Next up, we have Trustee Pei, followed by Trustee Dawson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did not support the original motion. Cannot support this motion either. By supporting the original motion, trustees unnecessarily divided the South Asian community. The motion didn't solve a problem, but instead it created a problem. It unnecessarily divided our school community and our beloved city. What I found very concerning was most trustees admitted they know very little about the caste, but jumped on the bandwagon anyway. I'm disappointed. I saw the TDSB was a data-driven organization. Where is the data to support this motion? There's none. I spoke to many TDSB staffs at all levels who told me they never seen caste oppression in school. It is non-issue. Parents want us to focus our time and resources on academic excellence and school safeties. For all our students and our staffs, we have a lot of work to do on these areas. Again today, we have an issue with one of our downtown schools. This is not acceptable in terms of the safety of our school. We must not normalize all those traumatic incidents. Let's not waste the staff the time on needless motions. Let's give them the time to work on critical issues the TDSB is facing. I cannot support this motion. If there are groups who think there is a problem, they can file complaint with OHRC. The TDSB should not be acting as their agent. Trustees, I plead to you, let's not make the same mistake tonight as we did the other week. Let's take this opportunity to send a message to the public that this new board is not going to be fixated with the divisive oppressor politics. Like many newcomers, I came to Canada and Toronto to get away from divisive ideology, not embrace it or encourage it. I came to Canada for a new future. Let's leave old world politics behind. People come here for new beginning. Tonight, let's be the uniters, not the dividers. Let's be proud of being Canadian in one of the most democratic and free country in the world, and be proud of our multiculturalism. I hope my colleagues will join me in voting no to this needless and divisive motion. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, firstly, I just want to thank my colleagues, Trustee Rajakulasingam and Srish Kandaraja, for putting forward this motion, and also for your for the extensive discussions and collaboration that I know you had with trustees. I know that they, this newer revised version of the motion takes into consideration my concerns that I had initially. And so I thank you for that. I fully support this motion. And while I recognize that we've heard from a number of community members, some of whom live in other parts of Canada and abroad, I just want to remind trustees that, anti-oppression work centers the experiences of the oppressed communities. To dismiss this motion as invalid dismisses those experiences. I do not share those experiences, so I am not in a position to invalidate those experiences. I do want to share, though, some quotes from the letters that we received from parents and community members who do share those experiences. And I think I might have just deleted, oh no, I didn't, okay. Okay, so, and I apologize for people listening if I'm butchering your name. Vikrant Wakande, parent. It took only, so this is a parent whose family came here recently from New Zealand. It took only 6 months of living in Canada to observe casteism, racism, and Islamophobia that we experienced in New Zealand in the entire span of 12 years. It is rampant, open, and unapologetic. This is their firsthand experience. When trying to make connections in the community here, attempts were made to get to know our last names and background. As someone who is raised in a South Asian household, it is very easy to know a person's caste from their surname, their parents, grandparents, profession, and the place they come from. While we were house hunting, many landlords would sneak in a question about our caste into the conversations, and thereby making it more evident that they are interested in leasing their place to only certain people from a certain caste. We were really concerned when one of our very close friends was teaching his 6-year-old child that his last name in his caste is his caste, and it is at the top in the caste hegemony. Another letter from the Tamil Nadu Multicultural Association of Canada, a 24-year-old nonprofit organization, says, the nuanced, unreported discrimination in social lives of millions of caste oppressed in every walk of life, including but not limited to workplaces, educational institutions, public spaces, etc., that goes unnoticed are so painful. The caste discrimination, once limited to South Asia, is now a global menace. And I would like to acknowledge also that this motion takes into account caste discrimination in other parts of the world, not just those being cited here in the letters, the impassioned letters from our communities. Another community member, Balkaran. Caste discrimination is a legacy of malice and continues to oppress millions of people globally. In some communities, people still today lose their lives and suffer a lifetime of violence perpetrated in the name of casteism. Our students coming from those countries come with a lot of trauma as a result of that. I am not in a position to discount that as a non-identifying person. Still today lose their lives and suffer a lifetime of violence perpetrated in the name of casteism. And yes, this vile discrimination is practiced by many here in Canada as well. And today, you, trustees, have the power to stare it in its face and take a leap towards its elimination in its country by including caste oppression in our policies. And so finally, I will close with a quote from Taha Gayer, who is the Executive Director of Justice for All Canada. Caste is a system of exclusion that ranks people at birth into a hierarchy based on alleged ritual purity and pollution. It affects over 1.9 billion people around the world. We are ludicrous to think that that is not in any way supplanted into our society through the immigration of those populations. It doesn't just disappear when they arrive in Canada. Dalit is one name reclaimed by caste oppressed community members. Dalit students experiencing discrimination due to casteism have made North American education institutions address caste oppression in recent years. And some of these schools include
Trustee
Carleton
Dawson.
University, Harvard, and UC Berkeley. I hope that we can follow their example. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have, I'll just give the speakers list just so people know when they're on the list. Trustee Laskin, Trustee Siskrandaraja, Trustee King, Trustee Shen, and then of course the speaker can, or the mover can speak last. And we're adding you to the list, Trustee Lee, Trustee Earhart. And just a reminder, did I miss anybody? Trustee Patel, just a reminder, it's 10 to 10. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Before I make a comment, I'm wondering if we could hear from staff on their comments on the motion and the redirection to the Ontario Human Rights Commission.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, we believe that direction from the Ontario Human Rights Commission will allow us to develop a framework and resources that are solidly rooted in upholding the human rights and ensuring that none of our students and our staff members are discriminated against, and that clarity will be important for our school communities and to underpin the work that we do. We've heard about its importance this evening, and I think that that clarity will allow us to move forward quickly and collaboratively, as has been suggested by the trustees.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the director. When this motion first came, I'm not a member of the Governance and Policy Committee, but I was listening in on the conversation. And from that meeting, very few issues have created so much mail for and against. And I had to freely admit to my colleagues, I know nothing about this issue. So because I knew nothing, I wasn't clear. What I did know is that hate, some form of hate was being brought forward. And that's an obligation, I believe, is that hate for some is hate for all. And I have learned that through lived experience, for hate that I have experienced when others come in support as allies to support that hate. And as a trustee colleague, I wanted to do my best to support if someone is bringing hate, the idea that some are experiencing hate. But I was very conflicted because I did not know enough about the issue. And I worried that our staff didn't know enough about the issue, frankly, and then what that would mean in order to do a good job to implement such a motion. So I'm very grateful to my colleagues, Trustee Rajakulasingam and Trustee Siskrandaraja, for understanding those concerns and for addressing them clearly within this motion, with the recommendation to the Ontario Human Rights Commission to request that they assess and provide a framework for how we would address caste oppression in a public education context, because that's really important. A lot of the examples that we've received are from academic institutions, of post-secondary academic institutions. We are a public education setting. So I felt that was really important, and I am really thankful that we will be guided in an appropriate way, and I absolutely support this referral. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Trustee Siskrandaraja, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start by thanking the community outreach on this motion. I appreciate people coming forward and sharing their experiences. And I know this can be very hard and painful, and I'm sure trustees also appreciate, as I'm learning more about the issues. And as everyone can see, the motion has changed from its beginnings. And this really came out, as Trustee Laskin just touched on, really came out of conversations with fellow trustees, but in particular TDSB staff as well, because they would be undertaking a lot of this work. And staff did raise concerns that because this is the first time, the TDSB doesn't have, necessarily the capacity or the training or the understanding to deal with the issues that have been brought forward, and it would be unfair to staff to put them in a position that they felt wouldn't be able to do the best of their abilities. And of course, this is a serious matter, and the goal is to reduce harm. And the board doesn't want to get it wrong and create and cause more harm. So it was suggested that we get more input externally from the board, and that's sort of where we've landed. And so we'll be directing the motion to the OHRC, who should have better capacity. I mean, it has really been quite a journey, and I think many on the board are still, learning about the issues. And perhaps this was a bit taken for granted. So it's clear that more familiarity with the issues is desired. So, I want to really share my appreciation for trustees desiring to learn more and recognizing their limits when it comes to understanding issues that might be so new for so many. And so being on this journey of wanting to learn new things is really important for us to move forward together. And we felt that at this moment, this was the best course of action. So thank you again for doing this learning together. Thanks.
Thank you, Trustee Shishkandaraja. Next up, we have Trustee King. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am so thankful for the insights and the leadership demonstrated by Trustees Rajagulasingham and Shishkandaraja. This motion has already raised so much awareness and thoughtful discussion about different systems of oppression and how they affect educational learning, as well as employment opportunities for educators and support staff who are part of our school communities. I understand how beliefs and discrimination can permeate across places and cultures. I'm Toronto-born of Jamaican descent, and I grew up very familiar with derogatory names for people who we today more accurately would call Indo-Caribbean. I was very familiar as a school child with derogatory names that were normalized before I ever had any understanding of the human rights violations and oppressions that took those masses of people from places like South Asia into the Caribbean. That's just one personal example. What I'm really concerned about, what my central consideration was when thinking about this motion, was how it would determine access or barriers to education and resources within the TDSB. So I thought about caste oppressed students who might be hesitant to apply for programs because of their last name. I thought about caste oppressed students that might be denied opportunities, again, based on their last name or another identifier. I also thought about the engagement and the promotion of staff and what that looks like in our system. I believe that this is a positive and a progressive direction. I'm encouraged by the post-secondary institutions that we've seen acknowledge this work and make it a part of their policy and their practice. And I'm also quite affirmed by the response and specifically the resistance that we've seen. That tells me that there is something going on. I originally had some of the same concerns that you've heard from other trustees. Quite frankly, I was very concerned about our expertise and our ability to execute this work. And I appreciate the amendment because I do believe that the involvement of Ontario Human Rights is essential to establishing a framework and assessing a framework that this work can happen within. So I will be supporting this motion. And again, I thank trustees for bringing this forward.
Next up, Vice Chair Shen, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's important to note that, we got thousands of letters that supported and opposed this motion. but none of them actually claimed casteism is bad, good. All of them agreed that casteism is bad, caste oppression is bad. That is a good starting point. So everybody agrees on one thing, that casteism, caste oppression is a bad thing. I think that is a clear guidelines to us that it is something that we are addressing is a bad thing. So if you want to address something bad, then you have to do something about it. The next thing, the division was about whether casteism exists in Canada or not. We know casteism exists in many countries because they have legislation to protect. And that shows that there's legislative measures taken to protect. How is Canada immune to this? Canada has all forms of various, forms of oppression that exist in, like, how do we believe that Canada, as a country, is going to be immune to this? In fact, when you have those letters, when people tell you their stories with proper addresses, with their credentials, with their job locations, that they have faced this, we got to believe. Because it's people who have been oppressed that are speaking out. People who are telling their stories, coming out in a vulnerable situation, exposing the fact that they have faced it. We have a trustee in our colleagues who identified the caste oppression as the person caste oppressed. So who do we take for in terms of understanding whether it's here or not? So let's not, even if you believe that caste slurs are not happening in our schools, people who have migrated here have faced casteism as a system. So loss of opportunities for education, loss of opportunities for employment, loss of opportunities for drinking water in some place. So when they have arrived, it's also important for us to know that their lived experience haven't gone away. So casteism, whether it comes as a slur or whether it comes as a lived experience of a person who's in our country here, it is still here. As people see parents coming in, they need to know the socio-political, economic conditions that shape who they are in a way if they want to share it. So this understanding doesn't hurt us. If it's not happening and if we may surface more, it is a proactive step to know. So everybody agrees casteism, caste oppression is bad. Some does not disagree that it's here, but we have heard from people who say it's here. So we go with the people who actually have faced it to start addressing it. The problem is in the how. Are we equipped to do it? Are we ready to do it? We cannot employ a Eurocentric colonial method to addressing issue because colonialism was part of the major problem that actually deeply entrenched us. So it's important for a system that still operates from a colonial Eurocentric mechanism to know really how to do this nuanced kind of work. And that's why this motion takes that step to get some more clarity. But it's very critical that as a board, it is not about labeling communities. It is about addressing a systemic issue. In fact, I share the concern that it is easy sometimes for Eurocentrism to use these things to divide communities. But I have faith in our leadership here. I have faith in our director. I have faith in our staff that we can actually take this on and do it well because Eurocentrism is on the way out in our system. And hopefully, this is another layer that we can help in. I want to finish off talking to my own South Asian communities. I use communities in plural because we are communities. We are not homogeneous. It is important for us, if we want to be united, it's important for us to take care of all of us, not just some of us. And it's important for us to stand in solidarity because we are being marginalized in this country. Employment-wise, credentials are not being recognized. There are so many layers of discrimination. But we cannot let systems of oppression that have kept us away from each other to take us further apart. So let's think of this as an opportunity to come together, to claim the process of undoing a historic disadvantage together, including people who have faced, had the privilege, more so the people who had the privilege. I think when we do this together as the community, we become stronger. And that unity is much stronger than trying to not really address an issue that is actually causing us to divide. And in this country, whether we like it or not, the Eurocentrism looks at us all the same way, whether we come from different parts of the South Asian countries. And it's that sense of solidarity. South Asian is an identity of solidarity. It is an identity, there's nothing homogeneous about all of us. But that solidarity can come together if we can actually push together and address our issues collectively and unite us with purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shen. Trustee Lee, you're next.
Through you, Madam Chair, first of all, I want to thank trustees Raja Kulasingham and Suresh Kanaraja for moving this motion. I have to admit, I knew nothing about caste oppression prior to hearing of this motion, and I've certainly learned a lot on, where it happens, how it happens, and whether or not it's happening today. And I have heard from the community, and many have told me that they have experienced it. That being said, I have also heard a much louder voice from my own community and the parents who have reached out to me, including many parents who are very active on school councils who I have had consultations with. The challenge that I have heard is, although I've learned a lot about this particular issue, the vast majority of the parents who reside in my community who are South Asian of descent who have commented on this issue is strongly opposed for the TDSB to be addressing this in the form that this motion has presented. And to be frank, I presented both the original version and I tried to present the new version that was shared with me today as well. I said, is this, does this reflect the need a little bit more? Is this addressing the issue the right way? And a very loud and numerous number of voices came back to me to say, James, we haven't seen it in the school board. Now, I have to say I'm not educated enough to say who is right or wrong about it. But I just have to say that I am a representative of the folks who live within my community. And right now, they are telling me to vote against this motion. So once again, I really appreciate the movers for bringing this forth, and I've learned a lot. And I think if there is a discrimination and oppression going on, we as Canadians have a duty to address it. But at this point, I have to vote no to reflect the wishes of the community that have elected me and have reached out to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Next up, Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
So we got a lot of emails about this motion, and I'm still learning to find my emails, so I got to see a bunch of them, all of them. I really noted in particular receiving strong statements from the National Council of Canadian Muslims, the World Sikh Organization, several prominent Tamil organizations, and letters from leaders of prominent educational institutions in support of this. I also received messages from constituents in strong support of this. I received many messages also opposed to this. And then what I saw mostly in those was that we don't see this happening, so why would this come forward? And today I wore my chemistry shirt. And it's International Women's Day. I'm wearing this because I'm a woman who's very passionate about science and engineering. And it was a chemistry high school teacher who got me inspired. And one thing I learned in my work on water purification and with chemicals is just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not there. And that is a lesson I have sought to continuously learn about as I walk about my life with privilege. And that is something that I would like to share today and just share my solidarity and support for this motion. I did at GPC, I will tonight. I think the amendments make it stronger. They bring more impact. Through this process, I've learned about Dalit Heritage Month. I've learned that we have one in BC and that we don't in Ontario. I feel that there is much learning to continue for all of us. And I'm thrilled on International Women's Day to support this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next, Trustee Patel, followed by Student Trustee Shafkat.
Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, I had an opportunity to meet a few of the delegates from both sides in my office, and I have spent numerous hours with them. And I had very straightforward questions to both of them. But when I spoke to a group called Sudden, and I asked them, I say, please give me a contest in TDSB. If you have found one evidence, give me one evidence, I will support the motion. They could not answer that to me. Yes, I understand this caste does exist in South Asia. I come from South Gujarat, where lots of Adivasis in them, they stay there. They have government legislation which protects them. But now I'm in Canada, and we talk about last names. Let me give you my experience at this board. When I came here, it was month of October, and a trustee told me that, Zakir, are you coming to Islamic Heritage Month? And I say, what is that? He goes, we have a celebration today. Are you not aware of it? And I said, nope, I was not invited. So I asked other staff that who is in charge of this. I was told that go and speak to this gentleman. And the staff told me, Trustee Patel, we did not knew you were Muslim. So is this caste? I don't think so, it's a caste. Because by saying name Patel, it was judged that I was Hindu. Because most of Patels, they come from Gujarat. Most of Singhs, they will come from Delhi. Prasad comes from UP, Bihar. So it's very tough for me to understand the caste system exists in TDSB or in Toronto diaspora. Yes, we might have in Seattle, 60% of the ITs are from South Asia. Possible there, I agree, but not in Toronto, not in my Toronto for sure. And I'm asking the movers that please, I like to see that documented cases which mentions in this motion, to please provide me those. I was also asked that this caste exists in Muslims. We also saw NCCM, right? I was surprised to see NCCM talking about that. Because in Muslims, there is no caste. The Prophet says, we are one human being. I have never seen caste. We have Patels, Khans, Seth, Syed. Yeah, it's an hierarchy. But not a caste where you are discriminated that if you are Syed, you cannot come here, or if you're a Sheikh, you cannot come there, no. And in Canada, in Toronto, no. Nobody has ever asked me that. Not knocking on thousands of doors, anybody has asked me that. Not in any school system, anybody has asked me that. Not even my kids. Nobody has asked my kids that question. Yes, it does exist in a small South Asian diaspora. My question is this: why are we dividing more and more and more? We have a lot of work to do. We have kids to look after. In TDSB, 240,000 kids. We have to provide them math, English, science knowledge, right? Let's focus on that first. We have a lot to do, Madam Chair. I am not supporting this motion, though I do like this motion than the before one, but still, I think this will divide us more. I am not in favor of this. I'll be voting against this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Next up, we have Student Trustee Shafkat. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First, I want to express my appreciation to the movers of this motion. Like I said during committee, the first step towards fixing an issue is naming it. And so I fully support this motion. Discrimination based on caste has been a long-standing issue in many parts of the world, including in education systems. It is essential that we take proactive measures to address these issues and ensure that students of all identities are treated with dignity and respect. Caste discrimination is a violation of human rights, and it perpetuates social inequality and exclusion. It has a negative impact on the mental health and well-being of students, which in turn hinders their academic success. And as a public education system, we have a duty to ensure the achievement and well-being of students. Thus, I think it is imperative that the Human Rights Commission assesses the extent and nature of caste discrimination in public education and develops a framework to address it. It is critical that we promote an education system that is based on the principles of equality, non-discrimination, and inclusivity. And it's critical that we ensure that all students have the opportunity to reach their full potential and live a life with respect and dignity. I will end with this. Just because we don't see a problem or an issue doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Give you an example. Residential schools. We could not see what was happening. What happened in residential schools happened behind closed doors, in secret. But now we are all too aware of the atrocities that took place. And I think by asking the Human Rights Commission to examine the ways caste oppression is perpetuated in this province, in public education, will open our eyes to an issue that has gone unreported because there is no way to report it. Thank you.
Thank you, student trustee. Next up, trustee Gose.
Hello to the chair. A lot of emails I got, they were talking about like examples of caste. So at first I had my doubts about it. I thought it would be very conflicting and it would cause more problems. But then I talked to a couple of my friends to ask them if they ever experienced this or that they have seen it in other parts of the community. And they were telling me how many, it does exist in many immigrant parents' households. They all come with that same mindset of their caste backgrounds, that my caste, we have this much land, we have this much land, and it does cause chaos. Then I talked to my mom about it. And then she was telling me how my caste is Butt. So I couldn't have that as my last name because I was worried about getting bullied for my last name. So my cousin had that last name and we learned from his mistake and we all have my dad's first name as your last name. So saying that it doesn't exist is wrong. It does exist. It's just a matter of identifying it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee McLean, you're next.
Thank you, and through the chair. One of the things I've learned is I should get on the speakers list earlier. This is kind of simple for me, and yet I know very little about this and come with very little firsthand, if any, and very little knowledge. But for me, it's just as simple as, do I believe that we have children in our school board and families in our community that are facing this kind of oppression? And I have colleagues that have shared with me that this is true. So if we knowingly know that we have people amongst us who are being oppressed, it becomes our responsibility to do what we can to eliminate all levels of oppression and all levels of hatred. How do we do this is really complicated, and I was troubled with the initial motion because it was pretty heady stuff, and I weren't sure how we were going to do this, but we had to try to stop the oppression. So that the modified motion, or the amended motion rather, that seeks the assistance and guidance of the professionals in the matter of human rights, that will help us set parameters and guidelines to know what our role is and how best to achieve it, and how best to be supportive, and how best to eliminate the oppression that some of our students and families are facing is, I think, the appropriate course of action. So I will be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. The director wishes to comment, I believe.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, if I may, Over the course of the last number of weeks, we have all heard from a variety of different students, organizations, community members on this issue. We have a lot to learn as staff about caste oppression, but in no way does that mean that we are unprepared to hear any experiences of caste oppression in our system. Our Human Rights Department will take any complaint or concern that comes forward and treat it with seriousness. And where we as staff may not have a full understanding, we will seek out the knowledge that is appropriate in order to support staff, community members, and most importantly, our students, if they are experiencing this type of discrimination within our system. And I want that to be clear to our students and to our families tonight.
Thank you, Director. And finally, to the mover, you do have the ability to speak again if you so wish.
Thank you. Through the chair, you know, my intersecting identity is I'm Tamil and I'm also caste oppressed. And I just want to say one thing that was mentioned earlier. My lived experience, nor the lived experience of Dalit voices, nor the experiences of caste oppressed voices is a bandwagon. This is a real reality that people live day in and day out. And I take great offense to what was said. Secondly, expecting a group like Sadhan, which is a Dalit-led organization, doing such brave work to carry on a contest is a form, I see that as oppression Olympics, and it could be extremely dangerous when we don't have the correct safeguards to ensure that they feel safe and that, you know, what happens when they out themselves and it's not safe enough because there's no protections for them. And that can be extremely traumatic and triggering. And imagine if we lived in a world where Indigenous communities had to fight for their social justice, or Black communities had to fight on their own. It's exhausting. And that's why we stand in solidarity together. We voice and we amplify the voices of the folks when they're not able to. So I want to first thank the Dalit and the caste oppressed voices that have come forward so bravely to share your lived experiences. Just 3 weeks ago, I shared that I was caste oppressed. Since then, I've heard many misinformation. I've had many, there've been many attempts to silence and intimidate me. And this itself is an example of casteism. And this highlights why this work is important. I will not respond to any form of intimidation or threats. If this happens to me as an elected official in my position, I can't imagine what's happening to students in a playground or to a teacher in a staff room. I would like to reiterate, there is no category to record caste. So it's not being recorded as caste. This does not mean it is not happening. And I want to also reiterate that a couple of weeks ago, we saw such a successful motion in Seattle City Council where they recognize caste discrimination. And in Seattle, 4% of the community identifies as South Asian. At the TDSB, we're at 22%. And that is such a great number of our students. Communities have proved in the past 2 weeks and made it loud and clear what their opinion is on this. I truly empathize and understand the discomfort that many are feeling in this conversation. I will leave you with this. In 1906, Canada heard the first recorded incident of caste discrimination. A Dalit worker in BC shared that he was being caste oppressed. And believe it or not, it was a member from a dominant caste group that recognized this and implemented integration to ensure that this member did not feel this way. We all have privileges. What I believe is how we spend our privilege. That is the most important. And what I truly believe is the success of this motion is look around this room. Look at the solidarity in this room. This was something that came forward 3 weeks ago, and look at the voices that are joining the support for this. So I think this is very powerful, and I believe that this is not the start nor the end to the caste equity momentum. And to the voices that came forward, I hear you and I see you. And I want to thank colleagues for their words today. And I also want to extend my solidarity to Trustee Ghost. That takes a lot of courage. And thank you for sharing that. And we stand in solidarity with you. Thank you.
Thank you. And we are now finished the speakers list. Can we please open the vote on this item?
Recorded vote.
Student Trustee Shafkat?
I'd like the minutes to reflect a vote in
Student
favor.
Trustees?
Yes, please.
Both of them in favor. Patel was against. You get everybody? Yep. And Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? Against. And I am in favor. And that has passed 16-5. Okay. It is a recorded vote. Okay, moving on to item number 16. Can we move on? No? It didn't come up? Hold on. I'll take a picture for you. Yeah, it's on my scribe.
But it's there.
Okay. I will send it to everybody. My photography skills are not very good. I will say that. Okay, we are going to move on to item number 16.2.6. This is from the FBEC Committee Report number 3 of February 15th, 2023. This is the 2023-2024 projected student financial position. Projected financial position. Over to staff. Just wondering who will be speaking to this. Associate Director Zucker, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. This report is presented for receipt to trustees to provide information regarding the estimated financial position for 2023-24. So in the report, staff outline the reasons why 23-24 is going to be a challenging budget year. The budget has, or our board has a structural deficit, and that means that our budgeted expenses are higher than our revenue that we have coming in. And that deficit continues to increase as costs increase without a corresponding increase in grants. And I'll give you 2 examples, one of them being statutory benefits like CPP and EI. As those continue to increase, and you see it on your own paychecks that your employee portion increases, the employer portion also increases, and there has been no corresponding grant increase from the province. So in 2 years, that has had a $10 million impact on our budget. Another example would be sick leave costs, where we have sick leave costs that continue to increase without a corresponding increase in grant revenue. Another impact is our enrollment decline. So as we have enrollment decline and our grants are mostly based on enrollment, then our grants continue to decrease. In addition, when we have an enrollment decline, we also have excess capacity. So that means we have more spaces in our schools than we require. And with the moratorium on school closures, we are unable to consolidate, and therefore we have operating expenses that are not funded by our enrollment. In addition, the pandemic has had a negative impact on the budget. Again, decreased enrollment, and we saw that decrease even more significantly through the pandemic, and decreased revenue from permit and international students. Also, during the pandemic, the board did spend approximately $70 million on pandemic costs that were not funded, and so the board ended up using $70 million of its reserves. So we know that the Education Act requires boards to submit a balanced budget, and when we submitted a deficit budget in June 2022 for the current year, a 3-year budget deficit recovery plan was provided in order to help the board move towards a balanced budget. So the plan is even more important now because our 2021-22 actual deficit ended up being significantly higher than projected. So what that means is it resulted in us having to use board reserves, the accumulated reserves, to cover that deficit. So basically what happens is it would be like you personally having a savings account, and each year you're spending more than you make in your salary. And so you continue to deplete your savings, and now we are at zero savings. And so when we have reserves, the board has a working fund reserve, and that means there are no restrictions on the reserve. And so our working fund reserve is now zero as of August 2022. And then we have other internally restricted reserves, and some of them are for our employee future benefits. So as we pay retirement gratuities, we would continue to, or we have a reserve to help us offset those costs. We have $30 million in reserves that are school budget carry forwards, for example. So as we, when we get into a deficit position where we do not have working fund reserves to cover it, it means that we're borrowing from those internally restricted funds. So not only would we have a deficit each year, but we also continue to borrow from funds that have been assigned somewhere else. So we also would have to pay that back. So again, the board is in a different position in the current year and moving forward in 23-24 than it has been in the past, because we do not have that working fund reserve. So we've used up all our savings, and again, we're borrowing from other reserves. So staff used the best information available, including our projected enrollment and the fact that we have do not have the grants yet. So we had to make some our best assumptions there, assuming that there are no significant changes to the grants, that the pandemic funding will not continue, and that was directed by the ministry. And we did project a 2023-24 financial position of a $61 million deficit. So what that means is that is our best information that we have right now for a projection for next year. Once we have additional information with regards to funding that is expected at the end of March, beginning of April, we will have an updated financial position, and we will bring back recommendations with regards to balancing the budget. So thank you, and through the chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Do we have Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, through you to the Associate Director. Can you remind us of the timing? Part of the reason why I thought this was very important came in the February reporting cycle to begin to talk about it in public is because it's very important, I think, to set the stage for the public about the concerns that we have about the underfunding of public education. So I'm wondering about if you could just remind us from a process perspective, after we get the grants for student need, what our communication plan is in terms of consultations with our public, to hear from them when we actually know what our financial position will be prior to any decision making of the operating budget.
Thank you, and through the chair. So we have used consultation with the public in order to help us to determine our budget drivers, which were passed this evening. And then once we have the information from the ministry with regards to our grants, we'll be able to calculate our actual financial position, and then we will bring forward recommendations in order to balance the budget or to move towards a balanced budget. At that time, we will be able to provide information sessions to the public in order to give opportunities for feedback. And sorry, and that will depend a lot on the timing of when we receive the grants. Staff does need to take some time in order to actually do the calculations and to bring proposals forward that the board would have to approve in order to move to the next step.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair, follow-up. I actually thought we were given a calendar at some point that spoke to actual projected timeline. That's what I'm asking. I'm asking, is it mid-April? Is it end of April? Is it mid-May? Is it end of May? I just like to be able to understand, and because we're in public and people will be listening, I'd really like to understand creating the operating budget as a process. Obviously, we only know what we know based upon projected enrollment. We don't yet know our funding envelope. When we get that funding envelope, then that's when I understand staff's real work begins. But it's that kind of information timing-wise when we're going to know what staff is thinking about, and we can consult with our communities.
Thank you, and through the chair. So my apologies. We did initially set the public input piece mid to late May. That being said, we had expected to receive the GSN a little bit earlier than we're hearing that we may receive it now. So those timelines may be impacted. It depends how much we can condense into the period after we receive the information.
Madam Chair. So one further follow-up. As soon as we get the GSNs, can you please update the calendar and timeline of next steps and proposed meetings? And the other thing I'd like for my colleagues who have been newly elected to understand is staff usually make themselves available to come to ward meetings, whether they're combined with other trustees so they don't have to do 22 individual ones. But as soon as we know those dates, it will be helpful for us to plan doing these community meetings. So that's why I'm asking about the dates and why they're so important, so that we can make sure we give our communities lots of notice and are able to book staff to come to our communities and join with our colleagues to do these more group meetings to focus. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. If staff can just confirm that.
Thank you, through the chair. Yes, we will revise the timelines as soon as we can.
Okay, thanks. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead and we'll add you to the list.
Thank you, through the chair. So I'm going to be totally honest. The FBEC meeting that we had to discuss this item was left me very confused. And I thank my colleagues for helping me to understand exactly what it is that we're being asked to do tonight. So I just want to put it back, a couple things back to staff. Are we being asked to vote on the budget tonight? Because I think those are the public optics that were created by that FBEC meeting, that we are being asked to vote on a budget and that we're being asked right now to accept final cuts. And that is not my understanding. My current understanding is that we're voting on staffing allocation based on projections. And once we have the final GSN, that is our opportunity to then heavily organize and contest cuts. So I just want to understand what we're being asked to do now versus what we then have the opportunity to do once we have the GSNs. And also, if it could please be explained in very simple terms, if we reject this proposal tonight, what the outcome will be.
This is a different motion. Can I just direct you,
Oh my
Trustee Dawson, just to clarify, also for the public listening, I think what you're speaking to is item number 16.
I am.
You got a little excited, a little ahead of yourself. It's okay.
Go.
I've done that tonight too.
Sorry, everyone. It's 10:34. Sorry.
So, okay.
Out of order.
Yeah. It took me a minute to realize, took me actually 3 minutes or so to realize you were on the wrong item. So Trustee Earhart, are you on the correct item? Okay, please go ahead.
Well, through the chair, I want to thank staff for reporting on this. And I wanted to make sure that despite the late hour that we take a moment on this because it sounds very serious. And the working reserves were explained, but I'm just wondering again to explain if I'm to understand it correctly. We have drained working reserves, which means that we have to go into other restricted areas if some things come up over than we expect and there's not a lot there. And that poses a risk because those areas are restricted, like and if you could give me an example potentially what those kinds of things are, that would be appreciated. Just a better understanding of what working reserves are within the context of the TDSB. And thank you.
So thank you, and through the chair. So as of August 31st, 2020, which is when our financial statements, so when the auditors would have come in and done our last audit, if we look at our financial statements, at the end of the year, you'll see that the working fund reserve balance is 0 and that the internally appropriated, and again, that just means that they are reserves that we have set aside for specific purposes. That balance is around 90 million. When in actual reality, the working fund balance is actually in a deficit of 63 million. And the internally appropriated reserves are at 153 million. So we have already started to borrow against those internally appropriated reserves. And of that 153 million, currently about 92 million relate to our benefit funds on deposit. So that's the majority of it between the benefits on deposit and our school budget carry forwards of 30 million. That's the majority of our internally appropriated reserves.
Okay, thank you very much. And this sounds really not good, benefits. That sounds really not good to a layperson. And so thank you. This sounds not good. And I understand, but however, this has been an exceptional time. This has been an exceptional time. And my understanding is that the ministry has also looked at this and said it's not good and is meeting with staff monthly on this. Is that, and so I would like to ask if that's correct and for how long that has been taking place. And thank you very much.
So thank you, and through the chair, I want to clarify that they've asked us to report monthly to them. So meaning there's a report that most boards do quarterly to the ministry. We have asked to prepare it monthly. So we have done our first month for January, and we will continue to do it for the remainder of the year. So we haven't actually met with the ministry. It's an actual report that we're submitting.
Thank you very much. And so through the chair, they were receiving quarterly and now they're receiving monthly. And so the Ministry of Education will have known every year that funds were spent here under exceptional circumstances of the pandemic, how that contributed to this situation. And they, so quarterly or every month, would have had the opportunity within their ministry to seek reallocation of education resources to help support the Toronto District School Board, the largest school board, with its children in the middle of a pandemic. That's my understanding of the situation, is that this is happening by design with full knowledge of ministry staff and politicians who were making the accusations that the amazing people in this room have put us in a high-risk position, when in actual fact, it is the ministry and its elected officials who have taken the decision or have decided not to take a decision every quarter, every month, around making reallocations of existing education dollars that will remain unspent at the end of this year, according to the Financial Accountability Office. That is a decision. I want to make sure before we go into any discussions tonight that it is really clear in the public, and I would love, Chair, if someone could correct me if I'm wrong, that there was an opportunity every quarter and now every month up until March 31st for the hundreds of millions of dollars of COVID money and education money already in the system to go to the Toronto District School Board to support the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Seeing no further questions, let's open the vote on the, okay, Trustee Patel, go ahead.
The clarification on commitment to balanced budget. Bullet point number 1. May I know why the deficit we did not achieve, like why it went to $88 million? We were supposed to achieve the target, but we only got 59. That's what I'm seeing. Through you, Madam Chair. Why we did not achieve the target? That's what I want to know. Through you, Madam Chair.
So I can start with this and then I can turn to Executive Officer Snyder to further explain. So we, last year, when you passed the budget, you would have budgeted for a certain deficit. And at the revised estimates, would have also put forward a deficit. Then when it came to the end of the year, the spending was more than what was budgeted for. And some of the reasons include sick leave. Again, what was budgeted for sick leave, significantly more was spent. And I think there is a report that came to FBEC that would address this, but not sure if Executive Officer Snyder can provide further detail.
Through you, Madam Chair, in our Appendix A of our year-end financial statements that were presented to the Audit Committee, we did do a breakdown of the variance between our revised estimates and where we ended the year. So some of the things, as Associate Director said, the major was the variance for supply costs for teachers, but there were several other, the ECE costs were higher than we anticipated by $5 million. We did have some benefit funds on deposit savings, one-time savings, but the breakdown is there as well in the report in Appendix A for trustees' reference as to how we ended last year with the $88 million deficit.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, we will open the vote. Oh, my apologies. I need a mover and a seconder for this item. Trustee McLean, Trustee Hassan, thank you. And we'll open the vote. Oh, Trustee Dawson, how do you vote? Trustee Patel is in favor. Okay, if trustees can clearly say their vote if it's not working in eScribe. Pasting in favor. Dawson in favor. Pasting in favor. She was in favor. Trustee Pay is in favor. Trustee Patel, you were in favor, correct? Okay, thank you. And that has carried unanimously. Moving on to item number 16.2.7. This is business arising pandemic costs. I'm just wondering to staff, will we be hearing from Associate Director Zucker on this? Will staff be speaking to this? Oh, my apologies. Okay, this was business arising. My brain is getting tired. Sorry, Trustee Laskin. This was moved by you. So would you like to speak on this?
Quickly, Madam Chair, given the time, I simply pulled it from the consent agenda to let the public know that we have very little ability to do anything for the provincial government because the public vote. It's not just the board trustees that get to vote in those provincial elections. But we can make the public aware of our advocacy and our issues. And I just simply wanted to lift it from consent to let the public know that we continue to advocate for a full repayment of COVID costs spent by the board and that they need to pay the real costs of the benefits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Seeing no other speakers, I just need a mover and a seconder for this. Trustee Laskin and who was the? Did you put your hand up? Okay, I think I saw Trustee Ghost. Sorry, I'm getting tired. I think I'm not at my best. I'm trying. I'm going to power through. Okay. It came up for me.
Trustee Dawson.
Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? In favor? Patel in favor? And that has carried unanimously as well. Item number 16.3, this is the Finance Budget Enrollment Committee Special Meeting Report number 4 of March 6, 2023. I'm wondering if staff would like to speak to this.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I will make my remarks brief, given the time, and then turn it over to Associate Director Zucker. I want to express my empathy for the decision before the trustees this evening. Concerns from trustees, staff, members of our school, and members of our school communities about our staffing levels in the Toronto District School Board are entirely understandable and in fact historical. For the past 25 years, trustees and staff alike have struggled with the provincial funding formula and how it impacts our staffing and in fact our discretionary budget to meet the needs of our students, our schools, and our school buildings. These needs have only increased or have only changed considerably since 2019 and throughout the pandemic. As staff, we recognize these are challenging decisions to make given the importance of the many positions and staff to our students and to our system and to our communities on a daily basis. I find myself as the Director of Education and the Treasurer in an awkward position because I understand the debates that you are having and the concerns that you are expressing on behalf of our schools and our students. It is my responsibility to bring forward a balanced budget or a clear path towards a balanced budget, and that is what staff is attempting to do, as difficult as it is this evening. This is not the budget, however, as was asked earlier. However, this is a substantial part of the budget because our budget goes to our staffing and predominantly to our schools and buildings. So, as you make this decision this evening, Associate Director Zucker and staff will clarify the many questions that you have asked. It is our foremost goal as staff to work with you and our schools and our staff and communities throughout the Toronto District School Board to achieve the best possible scenario to bring forward for your consideration and debate. And with respect, we understand the difficult conversation that you will have this evening and throughout the next couple of months as you make a decision about our final budget.
Thank you, Director, and thank you through the chair. As you heard, this report's coming forward. It does represent, school-based staffing represents approximately 65% of the board's budget. So it is a significant portion of the budget, but, and it comes forward at this time because we have staffing timelines that are included in the collective agreement. And the timelines allow for all of the processes that need to be completed in order to ensure that there's stability in the system and that the decisions are made with regards to staffing by the end of the year. And there's a lot of work that goes into staffing that is done by our central staff first, then the class organizations that are done by our principals, and then the timelines that are met with regards to people being able to move into different positions and understanding where they're posted. Our staff are used to the timing of receiving this information, and we want to ensure that we can provide the best information that we can in the most timely manner possible to alleviate some anxiety. So staffing, mostly funding comes from the GSN, and there's also temporary funding that supports temporary increases in staffing. So as staff reviewed the temporary funding, there are two main sources that I just wanted to bring attention to. One is the student support funds, and the student support funds were negotiated, I think it was 2 collective agreements ago. They were called local priorities originally. And again, that was negotiated by each union group separately. And then it was renewed again through the last staffing or the last collective agreement process. And as CUPE has ratified their agreement this time around, it was agreed to again. So staff has made an assumption that we will continue to receive that funding for all of our union groups. That means that we have not made any changes for the school, student support funds. So if we had been conservative as possible and we would have made further reductions for that one-time funding for the employee groups that have not yet been negotiated. But given all of the information that we have, we believe it is fair to include it in the numbers. The second piece of one-time funding is the COVID Learning Recovery Fund. And so this was one-time funding that was provided in 21-22. It was renewed in the current year, so the year that we're in right now, with very clear direction in the memo that we received from the ministry last year with regards to the GSN, that this one-time funding would stop in August 2023. So we know that there are positions attached to this funding, and these positions therefore have not been included in the numbers that you're seeing today. The allocation report is prepared based on minimal staffing levels that meet the class size requirements. So basically what that means is we have all of our students, we have our projected enrollment, we know what the class sizes are, and we don't expect any changes to class sizes for next year. So the majority of our school-based staffing are classroom teachers, and we have the information that we would use to calculate the number of classroom teachers. And that's what the majority of what you're passing today would be, is those classroom teachers. The report also indicates that there are 3 reasons why there could be a change in staffing at this time. One of them is no confirmation of one-time funding. So that's the COVID positions that are not included. One of them is a change in enrollment. So there are some increases that you will see in the report, and there are some decreases depending on the projected enrollment in each of the specific grades. Then there's also a reduction in positions to support balancing the budget, and this is based on the budget deficit recovery plan. The other important thing to understand is that there are some positions that we can wait a little bit longer to make the decisions on because there's less work to do at the schools to finalize the school organization and the timetables. So for the positions that you're being asked to approve tonight, there's a lot of work that's required both at the central level first, then by the principals at the schools to determine the class organizations and the teachers that will be teaching each class. They'll understand how many positions they have in order to allocate their teachers accordingly. There are other positions like lunchroom supervisors, for example, school-based safety monitors that you will see tonight as to be determined. So that means it doesn't mean anything other than we will have a conversation about those positions that are to be determined on March 29th, because we know that we can give ourselves a little bit more time to hopefully get more information. We may have the GSNs by then to be able to make better decisions. So they are included as to be determined. We are not making a decision on anything that is to be determined tonight. So I just wanted to make sure that we all understand that. So school-based safety monitors, there is no decision that you need to make tonight with regards to school-based safety monitors. It's only those that are listed in the 9 recommendations that you see. There are also some portions of teaching staff, for example, that are included in to be determined. And that's because, again, they do not necessarily impact the classroom organizations, but they will be allocated to schools nonetheless. Just the timing is a little bit different. Sorry, and I just want to bring a little bit of clarification for the timelines. So the positions that you're being asked to approve today allow for time, again, for central staff to do the work to provide the schools with their allocation on either March 20th or 21st. And those are the regular timelines. So that right after March break, when principals receive these and they know that they have a lot of work to do in order to meet the April 4th deadline that they have. And again, these are timelines that are negotiated with our union partners, but they are all negotiated with the end in mind, meaning that we work backwards from dates when we have to be able to give everybody their proper assignments. And it takes a long time in order to do that. So that's where these timelines come into place. On March 29th, the remainder of the school-based staffing will be presented. And once approved, those will also be allocated to the schools. And then the remainder of the staffing will be approved as part of the remaining budget process. So today, it's important for us to be conservative, to allow for the flexibility to make budget decisions once we have the funding that's available. And you are making a budget decision. I want to be very clear about that. We're asking you to approve school-based staffing today to get it out to our schools. If there are changes, for example, if we were to receive COVID funding, then we will be able to be in a position to allocate those positions. But right now, today, we are asking you to approve the staffing in order to allow our principals to do the work that they have to do to staff our schools. So with that, I will turn it back to the chair.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The committee moved only one of the recommendations, and I cannot vote on it because of my conflict, but I wanted to give my colleagues notice that after this vote, I would like to move the remaining items with an additional amendment, which will be put up on the screen at that time. So I just wanted to give notice. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Do any other trustees have questions? Trustee Dawson?
Through the chair, now I believe is the appropriate time to raise my concerns. So, again, just sort of getting back to this process and the convoluted nature of it for those of us who are new in particular, and thanking my colleagues for providing some clarity. The public optics around this are that we are approving cuts. And so we're approving cuts. We're specifically approving cuts to special education, really is a concern. And so I would like to understand what could be different once we have the GSNs to this decision? Could we make a choice at that time that would increase staffing? And what would that decision need to hinge on? Like, is there a formula that the government has that says you can only by actual enrollment and actual GSN have this much staff in an area? Like, that's a point of clarification needed, please. Also, what are the consequences to not adhering to the timelines? We received a letter from ETT today, trustees did, which indicated that they would be willing to be flexible on their collective agreement timelines until such time that we have received the GSN. So I'd like to understand from your point of view what receipt of the GSN would make, how that actually would make a difference. You know, receipt of the GSN is one thing. The ability to debate and comprehend the entire situation and vote on the ultimate budget doesn't happen until June. So I need to understand, because again, the public and what you're saying right now is not any different than my understanding around the fact that we're being asked to say yes to cuts to spec ed, which I will let you all know that when I go into my schools, I've been asking my principals for their top 2 budget requests, and they have told me special education support and more money for PD, interestingly. So I think, you know, and also if you could clarify the type of staff that we are requesting that we cut in spec ed. So what are their functions? And also when I'm hearing from my principals that they want spec ed support, they are not asking for more teachers in spec ed classrooms. They are asking for more EAs, more SNAs in classrooms that are, you know, so they can function appropriately and within an inclusive design framework, which is not possible because the students aren't getting the support they need. So please explain all of that. And I hope that came out clearly in a convoluted way, but I'm very confused. And at this point, I want the public to know that I do not support cuts to public education and not interested in making that decision tonight without the context provided on some of the questions that I have asked. Thank you.
Before staff responds, can I just have a mover and a seconder to add 30 minutes to the meeting? Thank you, Trustee Patel and Trustee Hastings.
Do we vote?
And all in favor? Any opposed? Sorry, Trustee McLean. The yeas have it. Over to you, Associate Director.
Thank you, and through the chair. So I'm going to try to answer all the questions. I'm going to turn one over to my colleague, and if I don't answer them, please remind me of all of the questions again. So first, with regards to what happens when we receive the GSN and what could that mean? When the GSN comes, so right now staff has done their best guesses as to what the GSN is going to hold. And those best guesses resulted in a $61 million deficit projected for next year. When the GSNs come, we will be able to do an actual calculation and we will actually know where we are projected to be next year. And so if there are, for example, if the ministry does decide to fund CPP and EI or statutory benefits at the amount that they cost us, that could mean an additional $10 million in GSN funding. We don't know yet that, and we did not include that in the $61 million because that would be us guessing at something that we want to make sure that we're conservative. At the same time, the ministry may come back and say, you know what, we are going to provide the COVID funding for one more year. And then we would talk about where do we add that funding back. So there are those opportunities. And I'll be honest, at the same time, we could see cuts to the GSN and we could be in a worse off position than $61 million. So I don't want to speculate about what it means. What it means is that we'll have our actual numbers and we'll be able to have a better conversation about how we move towards a balanced budget. And if trustees do not believe at that time that reductions to special education are how we want to get there. And again, the reason that's being proposed it was because it was part of the deficit recovery plan. Then those decisions can be made at that time, and we will have to find those reductions in other areas of the budget. So that's what will happen when we have that information. If we don't make the reductions right now, we don't have the opportunity to make these reductions again. So we will have lost that opportunity. And I don't mean it as an opportunity. I just mean we can add back. We can't necessarily take away. So that's what getting the GSN means, is that we will be in a position to have actual conversations rather than hypothetical conversations about what may happen. With regards to what exact cuts we're looking at right now, I'm going to turn it over to Associate Director Salmon to walk us through that.
Yeah, we are. Aren't we?
What's your question, Trustee Lee?
It's on screen right now, though.
Yeah.
Okay, sure.
I
Sorry.
think so.
So thanks, and through the chair. I think part of where we're at when it comes to special education is that we as staff understand that there's a need. There's no doubt. I think when you walk into a school, you identify that that need exists within a particular school or within a particular class. Part of what we've tried to do is be very targeted with respect to our approach to any types of reductions in special education. The question with respect to the nature of the staff, and I think I've spoken to this on FBEC last year, as I also did earlier, we also understand that the numbers in special education over the last 5 years have in fact gone down based on the identification of exceptionalities. So when we look at the actual data that was provided in the financial facts, it outlined that special education exceptionalities have actually gone down by almost 8,000 students with respect to the exceptionalities. That's found in the financial facts document that was provided to trustees at FBAC, I believe, on in February the 6th or somewhere at that time. So, but we also understand that there is an increase in certain areas. The predominant area that we have seen an increase is with respect to those students who have been identified with an autism exceptionality. And so we know that that has actually gone up, and we know that we need to provide additional support in that particular area. And that is something that we want to be able to do with any staffing model that we bring forward. That being said, where we are able to reduce, we will make sure we will, based on actual students and exceptionality, we will do that. At this point in time, the areas that we are looking to reduce in is with respect to, on the support staff side, the special needs assistants, and on the teacher side with respect to resource teachers that support students. So we've tried to take it as much away from the individual classrooms as best as we can, because we also know that this will have an impact on students. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you through the chair. I realized I missed the question about the timelines. It came back to me with some help. And so I just want to acknowledge that the timelines, even if we were to change them, one, we don't know when we're going to receive the GSN. So if we were to receive the GSN next week, we it may be possible to condense timelines. But if we don't receive it until the beginning of April, that pushes everything back. And so appreciating that there may be an opportunity to condense some of the work, we know that a lot of that work falls to our school leaders who are dealing with many challenges. And I think that this would possibly increase some of the pressures that they're feeling with regards to their day-to-day operations. And I believe that there There are many holy days, for example, different PA days, things that are happening in the month of April that do not provide a lot of opportunity, even if we extend the timelines, to meet the actual deadlines that we have for our staff. And not just necessarily collective agreement timelines, but timelines in order to provide you with your assignment so that you know where you're going to be, in September. And so that's important for the mental well-being of our staff, I think. And so in order to meet that deadline, the collective agreement timelines have taken that into account. And so if we were to make any changes, there would be very little wiggle room. And I do not believe that by the time we have or if we wait until we have the GSN, that we would have enough time to be able to do all the work appropriately.
Thank you, that's helpful. Through the chair. So is it our choice, what I'm hearing correctly, that during the budget process that will follow this, that when the GSNs are known, that we can add back in the spec ed support? So that's question one. And question two is, I don't really understand the lack of the spec ed designations in our board. I'd like to understand better the role of an SNA and how they serve our students in schools. Because what I'm hearing from my parents is that there's a classroom that is, has an incredibly disruptive and, safety risk situation with a child who needs support from an SNA. And that support might come in, but it only comes in for 3-4 weeks. And then the problem resurfaces because that SNA has gone on to service a need at another school. So that is not functioning. So why don't those students who need it have a full-time SNA? Thank you.
So through the chair, I can speak to the first question, which is yes, you will have that opportunity to make decisions with regards to the budget once we have more information. And again, recognizing that we're talking about $5 million of reductions today on a $61 million deficit. And if we were to add it back, we would have to find further cuts down the road.
And through the chair, with respect to special needs assistants, they're actually not assigned to an individual student. They're assigned to a group of students, usually 2 to 3, in order to provide support with individuals that may have complex needs. And as such, most SNAs that are actually within a class remain with that particular class through the period. The challenge is that we don't assign them one-to-one. We assign them for a group of students. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. I'm a bit confused though. I literally have a situation where an SNA went to one of my schools for 3 weeks. They left, parents complained again about an issue resurfacing, and I called my superintendent and she said, actually, I had to take that person and put them into your other school where parents have expressed the same concern. So I'm not seeing what you've said translating into my schools. And
Trustee
I have a million
Dawson,
other
time is
questions.
up.
My time's up. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Trustee Earhart, go ahead.
Make sure that the province is aware of the importance of issuing, through the chair, the province is aware of the importance of issuing GSNs in a timely way to stabilize the system, to alleviate stress. Is that correct? That the province is aware of our, like, TDSB's planning timelines and other boards' planning timelines and the need for timely GSNs. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, that is correct.
Okay, so just in my view, this is yet another example to destabilize education across the province, and another example of the many ways that the province has destabilized us throughout the pandemic by not making decisions in a timely way that would reduce chaos and stress for all of us. And so I would like to add that into this. And I'm reminded of the word enotita, unity, in the face of a province that has caused chaos in this city and province-wide for the past several years. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm not seeing any further questions from trustees, so we'll open the vote on this item. Oh, sorry, we need a mover and a seconder. Trustee Rajwani and McLean, please go ahead. Please open the vote.
Sorry.
Trustee goes in favor. She's in favor. Trustee Gross is in favor. We're still waiting to hear from. Favor. Trustee Pay, how do you vote?
For the, sorry, I missed that part. Is which one I'm voting on, by the way? Striking mine is following allocation for school-based staff. Huh?
This is just part A.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Elementary.
Yes, in favor. In favor.
Trustee Goes, I can't understand sign language, so if you could just, like this, it's changed. So if you could just tell us how you vote, it would help. In favor? Okay, thank you. Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? That I understand, that was in favor. Okay.
Did you get mine?
Did you get? And that has carried 15-5. Okay, Trustee Laskin, please go ahead. Trustee Laskins, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm wondering if you could put up on the screen and go all the way down, please, to J. So because the committee only moved this one and not the other, and we heard from staff the importance of actually getting started on the staffing process. We've also heard, you know, a lot of concerns about timing of this and why we're doing it now. And I even during the meeting got an email from a teacher saying, why are you always doing school-based staffing first and not doing superintendents or some of the higher paid staff? And I explained that it's because of collective agreement issues and to organize schools. But I wanted to make it really clear too, when I move now, when I'm moving B through I also am moving a J to explain that this is not the final budget. And because we don't know the GSNs yet, that during the budget process, and it's similar to what we heard from staff, once we actually know our position, I'm asking the director to present options to us to consider adding back additional school-based staff in the above categories. And I didn't specify the category and how much from whom, because so many of them actually support mental health and wellness for children and youth and safe and caring schools, and present a report to FBEC when the financial information from the GSNs have been received as part of our whole operating budget process. So just to reiterate, this is being done now, it's preliminary based upon enrollment projections and that calculation in terms of what we'll get from the province. But it doesn't negate the fact, as again staff said, there is the potential, once we know the GSNs, of reallocating some of what we're currently spending, changing, redistributing. Those are our decisions to make as part of the actual final operating budget. So I thought potentially by adding the J in, it was at least a signal to the community to try to address some of Trustee Dawson's concerns that they might think this is it. And it's to tell them this is not it. There are still some decisions we can make. This actually, just for my new colleagues, we have done this basically every year at this time because it is hard for the public to understand that this has to come first as opposed to being part of the holistic operating budget. So thank you, Madam Chair, and I'm looking for a seconder.
Trustee Arts is the seconder. Is there any discussion on this? Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to thank Trustee Laskin for moving this minority report. Team, I want to highlight one very important section within this minority report, and if staff can please scroll up. It has to do with special education. And for reference, I also would like to direct you to page, what is this page number? 43 of your consolidated package of the agenda items. On that page, you will see a chart that has a bunch of colors. And towards the right-hand side of that chart in the middle, there is a column called budget adjustment. And if you walk yourself down to the line that says special education support staff, there's a -14 there. That means we are making a discretionary budget adjustment as a part of our budget building process to take away 14 in-class special education support staff to balance or to get us to where we think we need to be. And I just want to be very clear, this is a commitment that we're making to reduce this category of staffing by 14. We can say that if we have the cash, we can put them back. We can say that we'll reevaluate until the end of the budget process. But the matter of the fact is, we are reducing our commitment to continuously fund special education at the current level. That is a removal of commitment. Any number that passes today is safe and protected. If we say that we want to add 14 staff members back into special education, that 14 cannot be taken away again. But if we take 14 away today, we do not have any ability to guarantee to our community and our students that we can add these numbers back, because as our staff have mentioned, we are committing to 65% of our entire budget today. Anything that comes after would only be that 35% pool. And within that 35%, there are administrative costs, there are safety costs, there are equity costs, there's music, art, everything have to come out of that 35%. So we will then be making a decision to say, I will cut this line item to fund this 10 staff members, I'll cut the other line item to fund these 4. That is a decision we will have to make in the future if we cut the 14 today. And that is what I'm talking about when we say commitment. If we do not reduce special education by 14 staff members today, we are committing to our students, to our parents, to our community, that we will fund special education. One of the other things that I do want to bring up has to do with enrollment. When we made the original plan to reduce deficit, our student enrollment was 6,000 students lower than what it is today. We had assumed that we would have lower enrollment this year, but our enrollment came in higher. That 6,000 students resulted in $70 million in additional GSNs that we spent in things that are important, yes. But when we had to make this decision last year to say we need to make cuts in special education, which by the way, I did not vote in favor of, we were in a much worse financial position. So we had the money, we made a choice not to spend it here. So that is your decision, you're making a choice. You're not forced into it, you can change that. The other thing that I want to bring to everyone's attention is the fact that Toronto received, or the GTA area received, around 200,000 immigrants. And looking at the city of Toronto's population, almost 1 out of every 10 Toronto resident is a TDSB student. And in the face of all of that, we are saying that our enrollment will go down year over year. Our population is increasing, but our enrollment is going down. Are we saying that parents and our kids are making a choice not to come to the TDSB? What are we saying to our parents? We pride ourselves in being the leaders of education, but we need to put our money where our mouth is and have more confidence that our enrollment will be higher next year. So this line item can be adjusted through an improvement in enrollment. So what I'm asking for is, one, a recorded vote, and two, for us to vote the special education line item separately within the special education report, if that's possible. Thank you very much.
So just to clarify, you're asking for just,
I don't know
which
what letter it is.
I can't.
Can you scroll up?
Are we able to scroll up? Or do you want to request that we vote ad seriatim, which would take each of them separately?
Just the special education part. G, I think. Thank you.
That's B.
That G?
Let's pull out G.
Pardon?
I run out of time. Sorry.
We can add you to the list, Trustee Dawson. At the moment, the request has been that we pull out G to vote separately, but when it comes to your time on the list, you can speak to what your suggestion is. Does that make sense? Do I have to vote on? You don't have to vote on. Adam. Okay. Trustee Lee, you're done your questions?
I'm done. I'm also out of time. So.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Trustee Dawson. Oh, Trustee Dawson, you're next. Look at that.
Can I just be clear on what I'm talking about? Am I commenting on this?
On this item?
Omission
That's right,
of
you've
G?
spoken on this item already.
No, I haven't. I haven't spoken on this item. I spoke on the original part A, but this
Right.
is the minority
We're on
report.
secondary now. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, but can I please, am I commenting on this or am I commenting on the overall minority report? Because I would like to move a motion. Okay, so, thank you so much, Trustee Lee, for your comments. I agree. And I have an amendment to propose. So I would like to propose that we put in a K, I guess it might have to be done this way, add back 14, the 14 missing staff into G. So we just make that decision right now.
Add back the 4 special. 14.
To clarify, is that correct? We're missing 14 staff. That's the issue. I just want to be clear on that.
We're going to take a 2-minute recess
Thank
just to
you.
get the language set.
Yeah.
Thanks. And the funding, the funding source.
Okay.
The funding source. We're going to take a recess. Okay, so I'm just trying to remember where we are. Trustee Lee had a motion that will be up on the screen. Doesn't he have a motion? Sorry, we're just moving it ad seriatim.
Item G first, allocate.
But this is a larger number than before, right?
No,
No, isn't it? Sorry, where are we?
Asking for
Then we're gonna do this. Where's Stacy?
I'm going to call a recess for literally 1 second. Trustee Lee, can I just get you for 1 sec? And Trustee Laskin, I need like 1 second of. Be removed. So we're going to flip it and we're going to do A to J without G first. Sorry, B to, because A we already voted on. Okay, so just to clarify, right now we are voting on what you see on the screen, which is B through J. Just wait, we will start a speakers list in 1 moment. You want to separate?
Yeah.
That's why I think this. So only we got one person. Everybody finishes their last different.
So B to F and then H to G, right?
We want B to be
B to F.
separated.
Why do we want B separated? Who does?
Yeah.
Okay, can someone
Elbex
just make a
will
vote?
be
and do
staff
the whole
allocation.
thing?
Yeah, they could.
Because this is very confusing.
What are we doing?
I think we should do it as soon. We're taking out all the different ones.
No, B is the other thing I think.
Huh?
B needs to be water.
Well, let's just do it ad seriatim. Pardon?
They're deciding this before.
We have you on a list, Trustee Peg. First of all, I never got the second motion to extend. Does it matter? Okay. I have to go in order. Thank you. We are going to vote ad seriatim on these, but we do have a speakers list. Trustee McLean, did you speak? No, Trustee McLean, you're up.
Thank you, and through the chair. These 14 positions, we don't have to commit to them now. There will be an opportunity after the GSNs are in, and the first draft we get from staff, they will suggest that which we have control over. There will be a list of that they're suggesting is in the budget and that we can afford, and that which will be out because of our deficit situations and our commitments to get back to a balanced situation. At that time, we're going to be able to decide what we support. I envision no scenario in which I'm ultimately going to vote to not fund the special education positions. But to do so now is an uninformed, we're just committing without knowing. And we're going to be sitting there with all these numbers and all these choices. And we may get to a point where, you know what, maybe the best we can do after we do all the horse trading and we move this in and that out is that we can only put 12 back. Okay, maybe that's where we end up because of the commitments that everyone feels strongly about. And people are going to delegate and tell us they need this in and this in and that in, and we're going to get immense amount of pressure about all the programs that are on our potential movement list. Okay, so to tie our hands now and commit to them and do it in an uninformed manner, I don't understand why we would do that. We can make this, we're free to make the same choice later on, but it will be an informed choice, and we will decide to sacrifice outdoor education because we believe more in special education programming. But to do it now alleviates our ability to pivot at all, to understand what our choices are. We're asking us to make a commitment in the blind, commit to the money up front, and we don't have to. It's like making your mortgage payment 3 months in advance just because we don't have to make that now. Well, that choice will be before us, and it can be an informed choice. And I will be the concept that we're going to cut special education, is conceptually offensive to me. But we have to be. I think it has to be an informed choice, and we don't have to make it today. And we should get it all laid out in front, all see what all the choices are, and then understand how ugly this is going to be, and then then we'll decide where our priorities lie. But to do this in advance when we don't have to, I think is not a good idea.
Trustee Arts, you're next. Trustee Pay, I have you on the list. You are after Trustee or Vice Chair Shen.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. In addition to what Trustee McLean said, this is what was already discussed. This is the base amount of staffing based on enrollment, the money we know we are going to get that we can guarantee to schools so that they can do the work. I recognize that we got a letter from ETT saying don't vote on it, but with all due respect, that person is not having to do the work of our principals in the committee and our central staff that have weeks and weeks of work ahead of them. And we need to be timely, as was mentioned, for the well-being of our staff and the work, the heavy lifting work that they have to do in schools coming up. We do have to make this decision. It's on our laps. Enrollment-based staffing really isn't a decision at our level. It's embedded in collective agreement. So it was already decided for us. But we are legally responsible for the financial stability of the board. We as trustees are the ones that hold the risk and liability to the board. We know how much money we're getting based on enrollments. We are able to make these decisions today because we know how many students we have and we can allocate this. And then the budget process will begin. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. We owe money based on the previous things. It was kind of phrased as if it was a choice to stick to last year's budget decision. It is not. We've made a commitment to the province to pay back a lot of money. We don't. It's true. We could add more staff here when we don't know the answers. And that's up to trustees, but please don't think that you're not going to have to cut that from somewhere else. You are, because we owe that money and we owe it. We've already committed to the ministry that we are making those reductions to the tune of $5 million overall. So fine, we can change what our expert staff have presented to us, but there are much more difficult conversations coming in the months ahead. I'm not chairing finance committee because it's fun. It is hard work. It is responsible work. It is our legal responsibility to pass a balanced budget and to collaborate with our staff, not to fight against them, not to question them in public and undermine their work. We are not the financial experts of the board. We are taking their best advice. And yes, we are going to have to make hard decisions. I phrased it as this, and I'm going to keep phrasing it as this. There is going to be horse trading coming as we enter into a very difficult budget position. No, we have not ever been in this bad of a financial position before. We've had hard conversations. My first year as a trustee was essentially sitting around this table saying, you know, can I trade this amount of staff for that amount of staff over there? Almost all of our budget is staffing. So when people come to us and ask, what else could you cut? It's not about, you know, selling a bus to keep staff. It's about cutting pools or outdoor ed to save other staff. These are hard conversations that are coming. I've been on SEAC for 5 years. I've been the representative there. I will be there for another 3 years. It is my priority in the board, is special education. I will do whatever it is I can through this budget process to prevent reductions to special education. It's what I fight for my schools. But I also know that this is a very serious process. And it is one of our only roles actually laid out in legislation, is to have the fiduciary responsibility for the school board. So I've had a lot of conversations over the last couple of days. I think everybody's on the same page with respect to what priorities we want for our students. Personal optics are really, I really don't see those as a priority. What I see is we have to pass a balanced budget. No, it's not fun because the province doesn't fund. I would say the province approaches.
Trustee Art,
sorry,
your time is up.
Okay, so the province doesn't fund it. It's going to be hard. These are the expert decisions, and I support them at this time, and we'll be proposing other things as we go forward.
Trustee Vice Chair Shan, please go ahead.
I want to start off saying that this is not about staff versus trustees. As the director started off sharing her empathy towards us, I start off sharing my empathy to the staff, because we are on the same page. We are trying to do this difficult work. So it shouldn't be construed as, you know, it's a trust issue, or it is about our ultimate duty to fix something. You know, it's not about new trustees not understanding this. In fact, 25 years of chronic underfunding. Every time new trustees have come, they have left. Many of them have left. Few trustees have stayed on. Kudos to them. But it's because of the continuous underfunding that we are stuck in this decision-making process. And you know, one of our trustees probably was born after this funding formula was introduced. And now we are here talking about the same issue. And we have to interrupt it somewhere. You know, everyone has a different view of this, because some people think this is not even a decision. Some people think this is 65% of the decision. Some of us think this is setting up for that decision. Something that happened before I came on last June is setting up for this. So we are making a decision. We are in fact making a directional decision. Budget is our vision document. Budget is how we communicate what our priorities are. And if we are fighting to save special education in this budget as trustees at this point of time, it is a commitment and a priority that we are showing. So I do feel like at some point we have to be able to say, you know, what is the impact on the ground of these cuts, continuous cuts? And where do we disrupt this? Where do we interrupt this? Is having a balanced budget our ultimate priority? And where do we communicate our disagreement in this process? That's why I do think that at some point we have to be able to say, you know, is there a different way of looking at this? Is there a way to figure out how these cuts are impacting and develop a different way of looking at these budgets? Because I can't continue to support, you know, over all these years, continue to support and build this system for failure continuously, and we will be leaving. 4 years, maybe some of us are back. Next 8 years, maybe some of us are back. We're going to deal with the same issue. So we have to be able to very proactively say, you know, at some point, these cuts are enough is enough. We got to stand up against these cuts, and we have to be able to communicate that in a way that is more than just those letters that go to our every meeting we go to these province with those letters. So I'm not urging other trustees to do it, but don't judge the trustees who are actually saying just because we are not knowledgeable or we're new, you're confused, you don't know what a trustee does. You know, it is important to know that our lived experience shaped who we are and why we came here. And that's what we communicate, our vision of what we want to see. And that part is critical for this conversation. And some of us may change our mind, some of us may go back and forth, but it is that what makes this particular process process led by community members who came from the community to do this. Thank you.
Trustee Pei, you're up.
I'll be short. Okay, I know everybody there. Okay, when I visit my schools, just like other trustees, I think one's a bigger problem for all the schools. They need a special ed, actual special ed, teacher support. So for me, I can understand why we want to cut 14 special ed teachers. There's a budget of 3.4 billion. I don't understand. 14 special ed teachers, how much it can come? Right, 1.4 million maybe? But we're like a 3.4 billion corporation. I think it's the time for the value for money audit to our TDSB finances to ensure we're using the funds in the best possible manners. It is time. I would not agree the cut. Thank you.
Okay, we have a hard stop at midnight. It's 11:55. I think we have time for Matthias or trustee. No, are you off the list? Keep going. Okay, trustee Patel.
I'll be very quick. As Trustee Shan said, it's not about staff or, you know, the biggest challenge we have is the formula of GSN. It does not work. I'm on this board for the last 5 years, and I'm all the time at FBAC. And if you all look at my voting record, I always voted in favor of budgets, right? Even if there was a small cut. It was first time in last FBAC, I decided to vote no, because it was enough. If it's enough, it's not about the 14 cuts. We're forgetting special ed kids are increasing in the system. Student trustee Shafkat just said about safety. It's increasing after pandemic. Don't we need those hallway-based monitors? Today's decision, I know it's just a fundamental decision, but for me, it's a big one because somebody's going to cut a check pretty soon. Before he writes a check, he has to know that we are against any cuts, regardless what it is. This formula needs to be changed. How long are we going to rely on this formula? Every time we write letters after letters after letters, what do we get out of it? Probably nothing. But today's board trustees, trust me, you are not new. It's very simple formula. Decreasing enrollment does not help us. It's enough. I had a business where everything was relied on subscription. My business was modeled on subscription. This is the same thing on GSN. Subscription is declining. GTA enrollment is declining and it's going to decline for sure. We have to keep that in mind. What are we going to do? Remove the caretakers? Who's going to clean the schools? Are we going to base everything on that? So I'm not in favor of any of those cuts, regardless of we just making a small decision, which is not going to impact anything, but it's a message to the provincial government. We are not going to budge this time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have, our speaker list is done. I would like to propose that because all we have to do now is vote on these ad seriatim. So I would like to propose if we have 2/3 who agree to suspend the bylaws for the 10 minutes, 5 minutes it takes to do this voting so that we can accomplish this today. So by a show of hands, can we see if those in favor? Any opposed? Okay, thank you. This is not a precedent I want to set. I want to be clear. So we're saying we're going to try and get this done by 12:10. Okay, so that has passed. Could we open the vote on Part B? We are doing them each individually, just to make it very clear for everybody. And I think, aren't we? Isn't that what we're doing? After I. Is it captured that we have a recorded vote? Do I ask? No, I don't. Can we?
1 second, we have to separate them.
Yes. I would like to thank everybody for their patience while we're just waiting for this to be separated. It's been a very long day for everybody who's been working on this, working on all their various other things. There's a lot of people in the room who are just having to listen. Thank you for sticking with us. It's very kind. I'm looking at you, Karen, Murray, Mahejabeen, everybody in the background, because I think it's hard when you're just sitting listening to sit for so many hours. So thank you. But to all the staff who've put so much work into this. But if she tries to do no, it's fine. It's fine. I'll take you in my brand new car. Fires. Okay, B is ready. It's on the, up on the screen. Okay, Laskin and Arts are the mover and seconder. If you could please open eScribe or let us know how you vote if you're not using eScribe. It's up on eScribe. This is for secondary teachers. Favor. Rajakulisingam. Hastings, how do you vote? In favor. Trustee Pay, how do you vote? This is for B. This is secondary teachers. In favor. Are we waiting on anybody else? Okay, that has carried 20-1. Next up is item number C. This is for DECEs. No. Okay, so the vote is opening. It's open. Please vote. Okay. Dawson? Hastings, how do you vote? In favor. Yep. That has carried. 15-6. That's 15-6. Item number D. D, this is vice principals. You're missing. It's on the screen, Trustee Pay. You can see it.
It's the one there, 164.5.
So
There were no reductions.
no reduction, right? Okay, no reduction for vice principal numbers?
So, sorry, through the chair, on my e-scribe, it says something different up there than up there. So I just want to say to this item on the
So they're
screen, I
not
vote
changed.
yes. In favor, yeah.
Sorry, Chair, I just want to have some clarification regarding vice principal position. There's no change? What am I voting on? Like,
Ask that in a vote. Reduction from 2022.
huh?
You're voting on item D.
What is that? What is it? There's a reduction on.
Trustee Pay, how do you vote?
In favor.
Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? Thank you. Are we missing anybody else? Okay. And that has carried 15-6. Item E. This is EA's, non-special education, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I'm in an old, I must be in an old one. Okay, I'm gonna go by the screen. Sorry, this is vice principal secondary. What are you missing? Trustee Dawson, how do you vote? Okay. Hastings? Pardon? How do you vote? Okay, he's a no. Trustee Patel? Hastings and Patel are against. Trustee Pay, how do you vote?
No.
And that has carried 12-9. Item F, this is EAs for caring and safe. Thank you. Trustee Hassan, how do you vote? Okay, and Trustee Hastings? Against. Yeah, Pay is against. Trustee King, how do you vote? Okay, she's voted on this card. That has carried 12-9. And now G. No, H. How did that happen? Did we miss? Oh, because we're doing G at the end. Right. I know my alphabet. Okay. This is for clerical, no? No,
What do you want?
go back. Oh, no, do it at the end. Isn't that what we said? Or are we doing them all in order? Okay. What is on the screen is what you are voting for. This is spec ed support staff. No, this is the original. Thank you, Trustee Lee. Pay is against, Patel is against, Hastings is against. Not any others. And that has been defeated 8-13. Next up, we have H. And this is school office clerical. Hastings, how do you vote? Trustee Hastings in the affirmative, yes. Trustee Pay, how do you vote? And that has carried 14-7. Next up is I. This is caretaking. Hastings is in favor.
Trustee Pay against.
Okay, Pay is against and Bell is against. And that has carried 12-9. Next up is J. Is J coming up? was an amendment by trustee Laskin that was to give the, but we, yeah. Does it make sense? No, right? Trustee Hastings and trustee Pay, how do you vote?
Trustee in favor?
Trustee Pay is in favor, trustee Hastings is against. And I believe our last one is K. And that has passed 18-3. K was what trustee Dawson, the amendment, it wasn't moved? So there is no K, sorry. We have to have adjournment. I think, aren't we? I think, did we, what? Aren't we at the end? Are we not at the end?
Sorry, Madam
Oh,
Chair.
no, we have two. Okay, so let me just clarify. We have two other items on this agenda which we won't deal with tonight. Those will be moved to another future meeting because we didn't deal with the math strategy update or the Toronto District School Board's anti-hate and anti-racism strategy. Both of those were pulled off of the consent agenda. What's wrong?
What do we do now with G?
I can't, I know, I'm sorry to the staff that have been waiting. But we are at 12:20.
If we suspended the bylaws, Madam Chair, can I move both of those together now?
Yes, we could if we.
Staff have stayed here all night.
Okay, that's true. I'm sorry. And I know you were sitting here. I think I was so focused on budget. If people don't have questions, then that is conceivable, but it is 12:20. So we could, pardon? We can't call the question unless everybody has spoken in our new bylaws, so that's not an option. But we could, can someone move them together? Okay, we're gonna go right to the math strategy.
Madam Chair, I move both of them.
Okay, can we have a seconder to move them together? Okay, all in favor? It was Rajwani.
Then the repayment of COVID spending.
Where's that?
Item 16.3.2, repayment of COVID spending.
I don't even see it. Oh, it's not on my agenda.
Rajwani.
We did that one too. We moved the rest of the agenda.
Right.
Okay.
Now what happens to G, Madam Chair? Is there another
Okay,
meeting?
we're gonna move all three together. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, the rest of the agenda.
Can we vote by a show of hands? We need, this is to move them together. All in favor? Any opposed? It's the staff that were sat here.
Now we're adjourning, but what happens to G?
Okay. Okay, first we have to vote on what we've just done.
Just did.
We did? Okay.
Yeah.
What happens to G? G, we're gonna have to, we will have a discussion with staff and figure out what's next, and I will update trustees tomorrow with a plan. Okay, thank you very much, everybody. I needed a vote to adjourn, though. I know trustee Rajwani had her hand up, so I will give her the glory. Anybody else? Trustee Ghost, thank you. Good night, everybody. Drive safe. Safe travels home.